Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of IMTS 2022. Look at all these fantastic people. Good morning, fantastic people. Good morning. Oh, okay. Thank you for the good morning. I'm going to need is anyone excited to be here? I need a woo or a yeah or a where's my coffee? Ooh, we got a woo-hoo. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, and we got a listen. Okay. It's IMTS 2022. It's the first time we've all been able to gather since a pandemic. It's been 2 years in the making. There's some amazing tech that has been incubating, and we've been exploring it. We've been chatting with the influencers. We're live on the floor. We're bothering people. We're talking to people. We're living it. We're loving it. We are all creators. It's such a fantastic day. I would like to introduce you to James Soto. He didn't know this is happening. We're improvising. This is the man of Industrial Strength Studios, who we have created this fantastic booth to talk to amazing influencers and chat with you all day. How are you feeling, Mr. Soto?
The show is on. It's been a long way, and I just couldn't be more excited to be with a group of creators at IMTS. It's like the best place to be.
Anything in particular on the menu of the day that you're like particularly jazzed out of your mind about?
I'm excited about all of it. It's been so long since I've seen the technology, seen what happened with women in manufacturing, students, and all of the great conferences and attractions. Like, this is like Disneyland for manufacturing.
It is like Disneyland, and also you have a ticket to Disneyland. You've got the Fast Pass. What are the hashtags that everyone loves the Fast Pass, the hashtags that people need to know to be able to engage with us all day on our live streams?
So number one, we are all creators. That is our number one hashtag. And then if you want to get the word out, use your hashtag, right? Exhibitors, attendees, job shops, all the way on up. And also IMTS 2022. Those are the ones.
Those are the ones. But you know what? Thank you for that. He was standing behind the camera, and if anyone's close to me, you're talking to me. It's not an option. You're not getting away. I have to set out the bat signal. Calling all influencers. Calling all influencers. Please report to the Creators Lounge. But you know what? We are not anything without our amazing tech. Behind this partition, I'm going to show you the people behind all of this amazing tech. Here we go. We're going into the secret door. I feel like there should be some kind of knock or something. Look at them! Welcome to the Brain Trust. Welcome to the Hive Mind. All of the amazing people. We have Jessica. She is the stage manager, organizer extraordinaire. We have and producer. So many producers producing. We have Jim. He is our director. Funny man. Awesome. Ready to go. Ready to rock. We've got Jason, our video editor. We've got some sick media that we have filmed yesterday. Actually, the man holding the camera behind. That's Justin. He's been capturing sweet footage. And behind him is Bennett, who's a producer. We've got a full team. You haven't even seen them yet. And then we also have Noah from Corporate Streams out in lovely Los Angeles. But here joining us, he's the founder and the tech director of Corporate Streams, partnering with Industrial Strength Marketing, and the amazing Austin on the audio tech. Wowie zowie. Look at all these people. And I never introduced myself. I'm Mary Hines. I'm your host. So excited to spend the day with you. Where are my influencers at? Yes. was in it, I don't really know.
Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, wound up, step out of the way. Louder, get better with age. What can I say? Ooh, let me see you move your body, see you shake, you make 'em turn it up and drop. Ooh, let me see you get it started, see you working up a sweat. Good, 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 good. I'm all about it. I'm all about it. Hey, I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
Boom, 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 let's go boom.
So I showed you a behind-the-scenes glimpse of the creators behind the Creators Lounge, but there are even more creators behind those creators with Industrial Strength Studios. We would like to tell you a little bit more about what we do, how we create cutting-edge branded content. Roll that video, Jim.
Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom.
Good morning. Again, it can still be a good morning. Repetition is not redundancy. It's a great morning at IMTS 2022. We have some fabulous industrial strength marketing friends here. I've got Sherry. Sherry, how are you feeling?
Feeling great.
Sherry, tell the people, what do you do for industrial strength marketing? What's your jam?
My jam is finance. I'm CFO and partner at Industrial. Also, I am really in love with having a great culture at our company.
Yes, we love some culture. And we also love a reserved sign. Thank you, sir. Look at our fancy reserved sign. It's reserved. Reserved. Listen, how do we have the energy to be amazing all day? I'd like to introduce to you the juice of the bean, otherwise known as coffee. And Kind Bars are not sponsoring us, but I will say thank you, Kind Bars. Your dark chocolate sea salt, I'll be your influencer any day. We have some friends over here. Hi. I love being around tall people, taller than me, because it reminds me to be taller. Tell the people it's okay. And I love that I have my back to you. I'm like, and I don't care about you. You're a fun size Snickers. Introduce yourself. Who are you? What's your jam? Even though I know who you are, they don't.
So I'm Dan. I work at Industrial, and I do the media strategy for them. So what that means, because I'm anticipating your question, what that means.
Let me do my job and you do your job. Okay, Dan, thanks.
Sorry, I'm very tall. What that means is we want to make sure that we're getting the right eyeballs in front of your products and in front of your brand. So that's where the strategy comes in from a marketing standpoint.
I love talk about specificity of purpose, that there's like dedicated Dan Fitzpatrick is making sure that people's peepers are the right people. Peepers eyes, you're like, are on the right. And that's James Soto, is the man and the fun. Something I really noticed from my experience of working with this amazing company is the joy, the fun, the organic delight that everyone has. Speaking of organic delight, tell the people who you are.
Jacob Schwartz, yeah. I'm a senior art director, so I play with colors, shapes, and type, yeah.
Play with color shapes. What was that last piece?
Type, font.
Type. And she's very focused, so I'm not going to bother her. But look at it. Look, we're working all the time. And Dustin, we live to work. We work to live. We roll up our sleeves. Did I get the branding? I think I did. Just a quick introduction of who you are.
I'm Molly Brannon. I'm the inbound marketing strategist at Industrial.
She has an email up right now. She's strategizing while I'm bothering her. I'll leave you to your work. But you know what? Let's get to the real work, which are these amazing influencers. Enjoy your bean juice. y'all ready to go? Welcome to day 2 of IMTS 2022. We have a yummy feature segment for you, Influencer Insights, where it's pretty self-explanatory. We're going to get insights from the influencers. That's why we call that segment. Come follow me into, whoa, I need a knife to cut the air from all of this awesome, oh, it's like going into a sauna of smart. I love it. No. Well, Wade, we're off to a great start. If we're starting with jokes, we're good to go. Good morning, influencers. Day 2. Thrilled to be here. For those people who have not had the fortune of meeting you, I'd love for you to just introduce yourself. Say a little jibbity jam.
Scott McKenzie, host of Industrial Talk and celebrator of industry heroes around the world.
James Soto, founder, CEO of Industrial Strength Marketing. You can see me on the Industrial Strength Marketing podcast, YouTube channel. Avengers Assembled. We're all here. Charlie.
Awesome. Charlie Matthews, host of the Empowering Industry podcast. And I need to be closer. Can you hear me now, everyone? Charlie's in the house.
Charlie's in the house.
And I'm Mitch Free, founder and CEO of Ziki CNC Machining and the new host of MSC's Tooling Up Season 2.
Woohoo!
I'm Fabian Ahlefeldt. I am part of a company called EOS, which is in additive manufacturing, and I'm also the host of the Additive Snack podcast.
I'm Wade Anderson. I'm the product specialist manager at Okuma America Corporation, and I also host the Shop Matters podcast.
Nice.
I'm Megan Zimba. I'm owner of Z-Ink Solutions, which is a technical writing service for industrial manufacturers, and I also host Mavens of Manufacturing.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And I'm Mary, your host. I feel like I need to introduce myself. I'm like, oh, I'm cool too, I promise. You know what's really cool is I've had my fantastic camera crew following me around, and we have some sweet footage, highlight reel, day 1, that's been edited by our amazing team. Hey, Jim, can you give the people what they want and show the highlight reel of day 1?
I can see it in 2 places.
So you just saw some of the sweet, just video footage of yesterday, but sandwiched in there like a delicious club sandwich. There are so many layers of amazing conversations. So influencers, assembled Avengers. I would love to know, whoever wants to share, what are some highlights of some of your conversations that you had in the Creators Lounge or on the floor?
Well,
Yeah, Wade, take it away.
Let me start with one thing that I just noticed sitting in this room and watching that video is I'm very self-conscious that everybody in this room has this cool look and the cool hair going. And I'm just like the boring machine tool guy, you know?
No, Wade, I'm so sorry. That is unacceptable. You belong in the cool kids crowd. Come on now.
You're
So-
part of
Without
the
a doubt.
Avengers team.
Also, this
booth-
goatee, like, look at you.
Yeah,
you're
so
doing
that's
great.
Thanks to the pandemic. That's the only reason I got to grow
Yeah.
that out finally.
Well,
so.
Rona gave you a gift, and you're rocking
Yeah, there
it.
you go. So our booth was amazingly busy yesterday. We coming into this, we were all optimistic, but I think it's fair to say a little bit nervous about what the turnout was going to look like, what the crowd was going to look like. And it started at, 9:30. People were coming in early, getting through the gates, whatever, and it just never stopped till 6 o'clock, and we were leaving. I mean, it was really nonstop. Really good conversations. Everybody that came with a purpose. Brandon and I had a little conversation yesterday, and the thing that really struck me this time over years past is they're not coming saying, hey, what do you have in this category or this? They already know what they're looking for. They've already done their homework. They're here to actually put eyes and lay hands on what they've been doing research on for the last 2 years. So that's been the fun part is I don't have to try to sell them on an idea or something. They already know what they want. I just got to show it to them and really talk about the technical details on it. It's been a great time.
So to parlay on that, Mitch, you have kind of a unique take on that, day one.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly, in myself, I came here to buy. I've got needs, and I know what I'm looking for, and it's the same thing. I just want to lay eyes on it. I want to see it physically. We haven't been able to do this for 4 years, and I've had water cooler conversations with a lot of other shop owners that I've run into, and it's a similar theme. People came here with intention, just as Wade is saying. They I don't think they came to kick tires as much as they came to solve real problems and spend money and make purchases. And I think that's great for the economy, great for everyone here.
I've got to ask the question: why do you think that is happening? What's happening in the marketplace to drive people to, need to invest the capital in the assets that are out here?
Well, the demand right now for machining, metalworking in America is incredible. It's like a new gold rush right now. There is all the business out there that anyone wants. It's just a matter of having the capacity to do it. And that in terms of floor space, machine tools, and talent. And so if you can get those three things aligned, the customers are there, the work is there. Customers understand they have to pay a fair price for it. And so I think people are here trying to figure out how to scale up in order to take advantage of this unique moment in time.
It's interesting, because what you said, that people come to your booth more educated. We definitely experience the same thing at the EOS booth, is that people, I don't have to do the explanation of how additive manufacturing works anymore, right? People actually, which is awesome, people know what we're talking about. And the effect that you mentioned, that organizations are trying to bring manufacturing back to the United States, definitely the effect of that is due to the supply chain challenges that everybody's experiencing. But what's also interesting, I think, is that it is way easier to educate yourself on new technologies today than it was 4 years ago and actually ever before, because COVID really forced many organizations, such as ours, such as yours, and such as yours, to put more content out there, to educate people on digital platforms, and to have creators like this group here to share their experiences and their insights with the world, which helps educate the masses. So I think that's a really interesting trend that we're seeing.
One other quick conversation that I had from a technical standpoint, you look at all the automation. You walk through and everybody, you go back 4 years ago at IMTS, I think there was a big focus on how do we get into automation. And now the conversation isn't how do I get into it? They're already into it. It's now, hey, I'm in automation, but I'm experiencing these problems. Now how do I solve that? I'm getting chip buildup. I'm getting filtration issues. How do I do my upfront processing? How do I get my process flow better? So that conversation has changed drastically than if you rewind the tape 4 or 6 years ago than today.
Exactly. I'm an example of that. Things are moving downstream, right? I'm looking at tool crib stuff now. How do I have tools preset, right? Ready to go. So looking at where all the downstream technologies that then enable the upstream productivity and automation.
So the most exciting thing for me yesterday was the Women Make Manufacturing Move reception. So there was a lot of great women in one room. There was a lot of men that came too to support the women. So I was really excited about that. But I also was able to meet one of my idols, Chris Lukey, who does the manufacturing happy hour. And he just has podcasting down to a T in terms of getting the leadership in manufacturing to open up and tell their story. So I was really appreciative meeting him yesterday and getting some tips on my own podcast from him. And then this morning, I was able to go down to the Student Summit for a little bit because I had an interview with the Edge Factor van that's there. And there weren't a lot of students there because it was really early this morning. But just to see the companies really invest time into showcasing what their products are and what their technology is, I think we need to put more booths down there, and more companies need to be inspired to invest in that, because the students are not going to want to come working for this manufacturing sector if they don't see themselves in it, and if they're not having conversations with you and you're not having conversations with them about your products, they're not going to know about it and they're not going to be interested in it.
And thank you so much. I love that. Charlie, I know you went with Megan to the same event last night. Tell us more about your perspective.
Yeah, I loved it. I love seeing everybody come together at the end of the day, you know, to just sit and be together, basically. And I love how we notice the men in the room so much. And so it's like encouraging to see that. But it's also interesting, the perspectives of how you have, how do you support women properly? And there's this discussion, kind of two sides to it. And, you know, can we develop something, a community for just women, or is that wrong? And so we've had a lot of discussion about it. And I love that conversation started at the beginning of the week and can continue and really just pull it together. Like, go ahead and tell me your opinion. I mean, I think my most impactful conversation was on my route home yesterday on the bus for this gentleman that was talking to me about it. And those are the types of conversations that a industry event brings together. It's sitting across from somebody having dinner. It's walking down the hall. It's seeing the equipment, and it's seeing, I know we've talked about this a little bit, Megan, is there are a lot of women here, and it is really, really amazing that we have that and we have the support. But I do hope that we're not including gentlemen into the room just to get their sponsorship. Like that, it shouldn't be about that, even though it's about that. And so anyway, it was just really amazing to see that those conversations were started. And you see both sides of it, and it's a big argument, if you will, of how to do this. But really, we need to, like the description of, give everybody a stool. You know, the taller people are going to be higher. So figuring out how we raise women into this workforce so that we can have leadership, that was where I was inspired. And literally, it was a conversation on a bus on the way home that was just, there's like, don't empower them all at the same time. And I was like, yeah, let's do that. Let's empower everyone all at the same time.
I think it's so important that this feels like an incubator of intentionality. It's a safe space for everyone to talk, to add logs to the creative fire, to work, to play, to get your ideas out there. And I know, James, that's really part of your creative mission, is to establish that familial environment where everyone can argue and talk and experience and grow and create safely.
Yeah, it's about creating. It's about creation, and we all come here with our own lens. When I think about the experience so far at IMTS, I think about those engineers who've been working their tails off that we've been speaking to show their amazing creations. And the weight that has been out there, that of everything that's going into industry, and whether it's the software side, whether it's the hardware side, whether it's the services side, it's just amazing. So the engineers are getting to show their stuff. And there's just this openness that I think that, yes, we come in with more information as you know, as consumers, as buyers, as end users. But I think our jobs are now different because we can get so much information, to your point, Wade. And then you have, you know, the folks that are trying to tell your story. You have your creators, your marketers, and they're showing their stuff. This is a big show, and in speaking with them, they want to be able to show the messaging, the work they're doing to communicate these amazing value propositions that are out there, and they're creating content because we have to communicate and reach people differently because we're all over the board in terms of how we want to get our information, and how do we event is what we're trying to reinvent. And that's just been fantastic. And it's the folks that are selling and technically servicing and the channel partners. Everyone seems to have a very strong enthusiasm to do their craft in the way they've had to evolve it in the last 2 years. And I'm just sensing a more accessible tone. I've been able to go in and have really good conversations. And I don't know what it is, but it just seems very much opened up in the way that it's, I just think we're being more of ourselves. And so that's really what's impacted me from these conversations.
Yeah, I think just being able to see the different ways people are marketing and telling their stories is really cool. I mean, I was just, to see machinists up on the stage, the main stage, telling how the process works, I mean, we're going next level with sharing that story. Just that we've made it for them a comfortable place to do that. It's very cool.
I know, Scott, you've been out on the floor talking to a lot of people, doing your speed dating. What has your take been from being on the floor and engaging in all of these conversations? With
There's a high
innovators?
level of passion. Yeah, they're just they're proud of what they do. They're proud of that machine. They geek out on all of the latest and greatest technology, down to whatever, and they get it down to they're spouting out measurements, and it can dive deep into that level of detail. But what I like is that beautiful passion of saying, this machine solves this problem and makes our lives better. I just think that's great. And then you got to keep on reinforcing that, because sometimes people don't realize or forget that what they're doing is important. What they're doing it's major league important to the world, the company, everything, their family. It doesn't matter. But what is exciting for me is that I'll have that conversation and say, okay, this is good, man. This is great stuff. What's the future? Well, you know, put on your future cap and just keep on going and tell me more. And it's just a buzz that is it's a real renaissance. It is just an absolute spectacular renaissance. And of course, I can ask, talking to Mitch, talking to you too, and it's just saying, I mean, how do you deal with the supply chain? How do you manage that? How do you create more efficient processes and data insights to be able to make better decisions so that your customers saying, yeah, that's the right price, as opposed to coming back to them and saying, yeah, they just had a increase in whatever it is, or we're having a hard time getting this part and we can't get that Okuma machine ready.
Right.
That's not a good conversation. So your jobs, and yours too over there, man, is very dynamic. You need insights. Sure. You need to talk, and you need to chirp. So it's all good.
My favorite part is listening to Scott talk. He brings the energy and excitement. Entertainer of the year right there. I like it.
Best voice in all of
I love
podcasting, Scott McKenzie. I've said it multiple times.
Well, if you think about it, good soup is multiple ingredients, multiple spices, timing, patience, tasting, waiting, having a glass of wine while you're with your friend while you're stirring the soup. You know, it's every different ingredient is what makes an amazing meal. So I feel like this. I feel as you know, as a
hostess with the most.
As a hostess, I was dubbed the mistress of mischief last night at dinner, and I feel really good about that. So as a creator myself, and as I'm a writer and an actor and a producer in theater and virtual production, it's so awesome to dip into the pool of we're all creators. The hashtag works for a reason, and that like every individual person fuels the fire and makes the soup that much more delicious. Period.
And that applies to, of course, us that are creating, content and spreading the word, but also all the people that are on the floor that are creating products. Right, that we are creators has it has a lot of legs to it.
Yes, it does.
We're all creators that make the world go round.
Yes.
So we. Do you want to talk about the pizza party? Because I have a fun segue.
Well, let's go. You
Let's
go first.
You go. No, you go.
first.
No, I go. No, you go. No, you go. No,
first.
I go. No, you go. Okay.
While you guys are arguing, I have to go.
Yeah. So
Megan's leaving because we're arguing.
She's
The
got
parents.
we're
fighting in front of the
okay,
kids.
So we're talking about soup. We're talking about pizza. I mean,
See you, Megan.
Bye, Megan. Have
Megan,
fun on the floor.
where you headed? Where you headed?
Yeah, where you going?
I am going to the East Hall to
Yes.
talk to a couple people about their products and mavens. And then
Yes.
at 2 o'clock, I will be on the main stage. But there's also Pictionary here. So if you like manufacturing Pictionary, you should come by to this booth.
Yes, come by this booth at 2 o'clock by
play some
Manufacturing Pictionary. Megan, go have fun, make good choices, eat snacks, and bring back stories. Love that. So, speaking of soup and pizza, because I mean everything's about food. Food is the best. Love a good charcuterie. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
We are having a pizza party. Who I know, I heard the woo. Who doesn't love a good pizza party? We are taking over Giordano's this evening from 5:30 to 8:30, and got a lot of pizza, beer, wine, conversation, connection. Come by the booth, scan the what are these called, tech people?
Yeah, we'll be
QR
so
code.
QR code.
the industrial team is going to be scouring the 9 halls of IMTS to promote the takeover of world famous Giordano's Pizza. Free pizza, free beer, free wine, free soda.
F-R-E-E, free pizza.
And
Come by
they-
and talk to
they're
us. and
looking
eat
for a
pizza
very
tonight.
unique
Yeah, right,
crew.
pizza.
Very
Pizza
unique
party.
crew. Got to check that
Down.
box.
He loves a pizza party.
For that, for sure.
So here's the thing. So if today in this amazing space were a pizza, what ingredients, what pieces of the pie are you excited about? If all of the conversation,
Sorry, I went to the cheese.
It's like the meat.
the meat. Tell me what the meat.
Yeah.
What is the meat to you in the pizza analogy of here?
It's the sausage. It's all the meat, all the pork products, sausage, ham. You could throw bacon in there. I don't care. Anything, all meat. Pile it on there.
I won't call those people meat, but I definitely want to see and meet a lot more people. No pun intended.
Meat. Oh. Listen, don't
Taco pizza, you wanna have
come.
meat.
Don't come for the
Meat.
comedy host
Oh,
role,
yeah.
Charlie.
M-E-E-T.
Don't come for me.
We'll need meat on my IMTS pizza.
People.
Yeah, I was thinking about I
M-E-A-T.
need more creativity, and then my brain went to brain on the pizza, and that doesn't sound good either.
No,
so.
but I love your
no
I love your
brains
creative
pizza.
stream of consciousness. That's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
improvisational of you.
Yeah,
but
so
no.
no brain, but bring your brains.
But what are we wanting to see,
Eat it
right?
with
What are we
brains if you
excited
get
about?
messy.
I'm excited about the toppings.
Yeah.
Because as Wade and I were chatting earlier about all the productivity solutions, the machine tools that have so much automation. But in order to make that work, there's all these little things like work holding.
The crushed red pepper is work holding.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It-
Parmesan is.
Is tool presetting.
Yes.
Yeah, and it just goes on. And there's probing and everything. So I'm excited to today dive into toppings.
The spices, the toppings. I love
Yeah, I'm going to
that.
get out there and see a lot of different booths today. I'm really excited about that. I definitely have interviews here in the Creators Lounge, but seeing a couple of my clients on the show floor and their excitement, I'm excited about that.
So the industrial marketer in me is a little closer to Mitch. I think about like a real crazy deep dish pizza with some eye candy on it. So at IMTS, there is eye candy everywhere here in this great technologies, like the beauty of what we're manufacturing, but the products that actually are the ones that are manufacturing the products are beautiful. And for me, this is the show where everyone here is to show off. So on my IMTS deep dish pizza, it's going to be a bunch of eye candy. And my wife says that I'm her eye candy.
You are.
Rock
You are
it.
all.
Just
Thank you
there.
for the snack before the pizza party. It's also the beauty of when the pizza comes right out of the oven and the cheese is like on top.
Bubbling.
That's the energy in here. It's bubbling. It's delicious, cheesy. Guys, pizza party. Come on.
Come on.
Who likes pizza?
Tonight.
IMTS
Does
was
anybody
And
like
the
a
QR
pizza
code.
pie, what
You
would
can
be
win
your
some.
topping?
Wait, show what people could win when they come hang out with us at the pizza party.
Oh, yes.
James.
Vanna.
Dun, dun, dun. Hey, come to join us this evening.
That's an
at
ad.
world famous Giordano's. We are going to have free fun and pizza and some sunglasses.
But they're smart glasses. They're not just sunglasses. They're smart
They got
glasses.
cameras in them.
Smart glasses that
stories.
record directly to Facebook. So be prepared.
I've
So-
never heard of this. How have I never heard of this?
So it's day 2. I've seen. Let's talk about shoes. Let's talk about. Let's talk about.
Charlie's shoes yesterday? Not today.
But let's talk about strong foundations in any tech starts at the base, starts with the shoes. How do you feel about your shoe choices? How are your knees?
I feel very bad about my shoe choices.
No, your shoes are fabulous. So we got some tassels. I don't know if we can get the detail, but we got some. Yeah,
These
give the
guys?
people what
Yeah.
they want.
Definitely need my sparkle shoes on.
So,
for
but
this.
for me, it's about. I love Pumas. Again, I've been not supported by Puma or Kind bars, but I will gladly promote them any day. I got my black and gold Pumas with my black and gold vest. Super comfy.
That sounds like a good choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
My feet
So-
already hurt again.
Yeah.
I'm just really excited. We talked about pumps on the main stage, and I'm talking about shoes. We actually talked about that during my interview yesterday.
But I
which
love
is-
those.
Yeah, they're
those are
comfy. They're
cute.
not as fun as yesterday's sparkle, but they're
But
comfy.
I love that you transitioned from like a little more cash yesterday, and then you brought the great
Yeah.
suit game with the
We're all
casual sneaks.
matching. I can't be red every day. I'll just stand out on the film.
Let's talk
myself
about your
so much.
sock game, and I do
Oh,
love
yeah.
the Adidas
Pod socks. Now
Pod
these
socks.
pod
Pod socks.
socks.
Tell me more about the power of the pod socks.
These are little green army men,
Yes.
and
Toy
it
Story.
looks like a volcano. But yeah, pod socks are great. They're always a gift that keeps on giving. So every time you put them on, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that.
Amazing.
You got the light.
I know. Look at this guy. TCFS. TCFS and his docs and
Yeah.
his Ray-Bans. Come on
Yeah,
now.
that's pretty wild.
Yeah, jeez.
So
It's
I'm
not
recording
fair.
you now. On the glasses we're giving away.
Yeah, this
It'll
is
be
the
on
white,
Facebook.
the light.
So I'm going to have a question in 30 seconds or less. Name the moment you remember falling in love with manufacturing.
Lift up your mic so we can hear. We can see
So,
you. You look
yeah.
amazing, but we want to hear you too, James.
Well, hey, I can't do glasses and talk into a mic.
I know it's
too.
hard to do
That-
multitask. It's very
God
hard.
forbid I walked. So I'll be recording folks on my interviews today and asking them in 30 seconds or less. Here we go. What's the moment you fell in love with manufacturing? Go.
Walking in a
Quick.
plant and seeing the equipment work, and then seeing that it was clean and awesome, and yeah, I love the people. It's all about the
Amazing.
people.
I love the sneak peek.
Okay,
of-
that's going to be on Facebook.
I love the sneak peek of what we can look forward to whenever you're interacting with James. But before we release you to walk in your shoes, I hope you have an Epsom salt soak scheduled later, maybe a pedicure. We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell.
We'll see,
but
yeah.
just what are you looking for? We're about to release you to hit the carpets. Real quick, what are you looking forward to? Where are you going first when you hit the floor? In one sentence or less.
I will turn around and go right back in here to interview Mike Vasquez.
Nice. I love that for you. Great. He knows the plan. Mitch.
I am going to the work holding area.
Yes, I'm excited to hear more, Charlie.
I'm going to see my friend Robot over at ABB.
Yes, I made friends with a robot. I'm going to have to go visit him today. He does great work.
I'm going to see my team. It's just so great to have us all together in one place. And
Yeah.
I'm just excited for the time we get to spend. It's very special.
Yes, Scott.
Speed dating, North Hall.
Dope.
As many as I can get in.
All right, everyone, make sure you hydrate. I recommend almonds are really delicious. And hit let's make this parade to the floor.
Take it out. Okay.
Let's head out. Yes. All right, team. I wish I had like the football. You could like run through it and punch through it.
Yes.
Hit the team. I need some high fives. I need some high fives. Oh, skibbity whoa. Look at him go. Look at him go. The A team, the Avengers, hitting the floor, making great choices, chatting, innovating. Yes. Coming up next, I love that I just told Fabian to hit it, but Fabian, and now he's coming back because you're interviewing. Who are you interviewing?
Mike Basket.
Yes, so stay tuned, and we'll see you in the Creators Lounge. Hashtag We Are All Creators, hashtag IMTS 2022.
All right, welcome to IMTS Plus, and welcome, Mike. Thanks for being with me.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is a special episode of Additive Snack and of course of IMTS Plus. And my name is Fabian Ahlefeld. I'm the host of Additive Snack and also part of the EOS team, which is one of the largest industrial additive manufacturing OEMs. And enough about me, because I have a really cool guest with me today, Mike. So you've been in the additive manufacturing industry for so many years, and you also run a podcast called 3 Degrees. And is that
3 Degrees
correct?
Discussions.
3 Degrees Discussion, thank
Yep.
you. And you do so many things, so I'm going to let you actually introduce yourself. Who's
Sure.
Mike, and what is the latest and greatest of Mike?
Yeah, so I'm based here in Chicago. I started my additive journey almost 12, 13 years ago. I'm a materials engineer by background, and came out of school, did a PhD, really focused on additive. EOS was actually my PhD sponsor way back in the day, and so I know Andy from way back then.
Yeah, he's a good guy, yeah.
And yeah, so I started 3 Degrees as a consulting company. So early on, I had a lot of knowledge about materials and 3D printing, decided like, hey, maybe there's some people that could use some help in that, and kind of as a partner, as a collaborator, and solving some of the technical challenges with taking 3D printing from production to prototype, or from prototyping to production.
Yeah.
And through that journey, got to work with a lot of great companies, machine manufacturers, part manufacturers, materials manufacturers, and kind of all blended together. And it just has been one of those journeys where it's kind of taken me on a lot of different paths. So about 4 years ago, we started to spin out software company called Trace AM that helps with data management for 3D printing and qualifying parts. We got the podcast going, which started about 2.5 years ago. We do it weekly, kind of the idea being, I've always been passionate about helping people find some of these industries that are emerging, like 3D printing, and showing them what the career paths are. And so the idea with the podcast is every week we interview someone for 45 minutes to an hour. The idea is to kind of have them share their career story, not so much like a technical discussion, more like, hey, where'd you grow up? Like, how'd you figure out what you wanted to do? When was your first job in additive? What are you doing now? Where do you see the industry, type of thing? And so it's been a lot of fun, and hear the context and the people behind some of the technologies that you see. And so we do the podcast, and then kind of the other thing we do is a voluntary training program for underserved areas, starting in Chicago, but we're expanding to other places like Denver.
Oh, cool.
Called AMX, the Advanced Manufacturing Experience. And the idea behind that is, again, to kind of show people what some of the career paths are without maybe going to school or going to kind of a formal education. So getting people paired up with mentors, and seeing places like EOS, and seeing what the machines look like, and seeing kind of what does it mean to work in this industry, and what are the jobs that are out there. And so it's kind of a fun way to kind of give back to the industry. And we're bringing some of the participants tomorrow. It's like 18, it's usually kind of 20-year-old up to 60 years old. And it's people that have been have a little bit of a career, maybe work in retail or other parts of the industrial sector.
That is such an important work, and as you mentioned, it's most likely fun for all the participants, but it also really helps us as the additive manufacturing industry, but the manufacturing industry in general, to attract more talents, because it's really not that easy to step into the manufacturing industry. And I saw just yesterday, I think, that you also have some really cool people as part of that AMX experience. You had somebody from Nike speak to the folks, so that must inspire a lot of people.
Yeah, and the whole idea was, I was trying to pare down, there's a lot of great training programs, initiatives to educate people about 3D printing. There's university programs, there's corporate training, there's all sorts of different ways, and I was trying to think of, okay, what are the first principles? How do you get someone prepared to go work in 3 months or even 2 months?
Yeah.
And what does that mean? They need to show up on time, they need to be excited to work with their hands, and they need a little bit of a network. And so kind of the pillars of our program is to have some basic training, like what is 3D printing, hands-on kind of work, see it, so that they can kind of say, okay, I could see myself doing what you do or working on a machine. And then the third part really is mentorship and giving people a network, right? Like the industry is still very small. So if you I know a lot of people in the industry. Like, so yesterday we had one of my former mentors, or I guess current mentors, Ryan Larson, who's head of additive at Nike. He and I worked together way back in the day at Burton Snowboards. He came and kind of showed his career story. He went to school for model making and kind of worked his way at different companies. And again, it's like saying like, hey, it's not a huge leap like to kind of get on the path. There's still so many growing industry sectors and technologies that I think sometimes we take it for granted that if you walk outside this room or McCormick Place, that you ask 100 people on the street what EOS is or Stratasys or 3D Systems or any of these companies that we see here, like nobody's going to know. They may even think it's a camera company, right?
Or lipstick.
And so I think that's challenging for people just because they don't know like what goes on in these white windowless nondescript buildings on the side of the highway. There's a lot of cool machines that print in titanium and do rocket engines and stuff. And so I think it's like giving people opening that door a little bit to show what the art of the possible is, and saying like just inspiration really to say, okay, hey, like that seems cool. I want to learn that more. And now you can say, oh, I can go talk to Ryan about it, and then he'll know someone, and they'll know someone else. And so it kind of like helps just give people some confidence and give some inspiration of what could be out there.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, especially the 3D printing industry is so small still. As you said, everybody knows everybody. A lot of people refer to it as the family, so FAM.
Right, but if you're not in the family right away, it's hard. It's intimidating, right? If you go to a place like AMUG for the first time, like everyone else knows everybody, but you kind of feel like an outsider. And so like kind of giving people a little bit of a leg up in that, and especially from some of the neighborhoods and areas that we're working in, that is even more beneficial because it can again feel so distant from what the day-to-day reality is.
No, for sure. So if you're out there and you live in Chicago or at possibly any of the new places you're launching AMX, where can people sign up for AMX?
Sure. So we're actually starting another cohort in October. If you go to our website www.3degreescompany.com, I think it's /AMX. And so we're doing some partnerships now. We've got a good partnership with Daly Community College here in Chicago.
Cool.
It's the manufacturing-focused community college and educational training center for the city. And so we'll be doing some training down there with essentially running AMX, but at a different facility, but still having tours and having people participate. We're bringing the participants tomorrow. They're going to the EOS, and Dave's going to give a round around the world tour of all the different technologies and see it. And so it's really like the idea is like see big machines, not just some
toys.
of the smaller stuff.
Yeah. Okay. That's awesome. And You've been at IMTS now since yesterday, and I'm sure you walked the floor a little bit. What are some of your IMTS highlights that you've seen so far?
I think just kind of taking a step back is like there's a lot of energy, a lot of like people walk. Yesterday started a little bit slow when I got here, but I think everyone's used to that travel day. But I think today certainly is like very crowded. A lot of exciting things to see, not just in terms of additive, which has kind of got its own pocket, but a lot of cool technologies, announcements, but just how big manufacturing is outside of 3D printing. And I think I take that for granted sometimes in terms of, hey, we're maybe 0.1% of the industry is 3D printing, but that's I think there's a lot of room to grow, a lot of excitement, and I just like the enthusiasm around making things, creating things, having a kind of that infrastructure here in Chicago.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It's and the way that people's eyes light up when they see a cool part or a cool technology is so inspiring and fuels your own energy, right? When you talk to somebody and they get all excited about.
And they have a education wing down on, I think, off one of the the buildings here. I went down there for a little bit yesterday. I met an astronaut, so I got some posters signed for my kids, which
That's
has
awesome.
made me dad number one for the night. But but yeah, I mean, it was like it made it accessible for a lot of people. There's a robot dog down there, and kind of inspiring that next generation of like, hey, like these are impressive machines. Like what can I do with them? What can I, regardless of whether it's 3D printing or traditional manufacturing. I think it's just inspiring to see kind of all the work that's gone on behind the scenes to get these companies here.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've always wanted to see one of those Boston Dynamic robots, so
Yeah.
I really should make my way down
Absolutely.
there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's talk about your podcast, because you also recently hit a big milestone, which is 100 episodes. Congratulations, by the
Thank
way.
you.
That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit more about your podcast, and also I do want to hear about your 100th episode, where I believe your wife and kids actually interviewed
That's
you.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It started kind of early on in the pandemic. One, as a way to kind of just connect with people, hear their stories. I think the real inspiration was you meet people in passing. Like I see you every month, it seems, at a trade show or something like that. And sometimes it's hard to say, hey, like you have a life outside of Additive, and like all the journey that you've taken to do what you do with the podcast and at EOS. And so I always enjoy hearing kind of the non-business side of what people are doing, what are some of the challenges they faced. And so the idea with the podcast as it started was, hey, let's hear about everyone's career journey from, like, the first question I ask everyone is like, okay, where were you born and what was it like growing up?
Yeah.
Wherever you were, whether it was Ohio or California or Germany or wherever it was. And so then we kind of make our way all the way to kind of present day. And so that's been a lot of fun. We have a wide range of guests, and from materials engineers to people running shop floors, people who have put their mortgage on buying a machine and trying to run a business.
Yeah, wow.
So I find it interesting. We try and do one a week. And yeah, we just passed episode 100. Every 50, I kind of made a tradition that my wife interviews me as the guest.
Does she get nervous before she
No, she's much better at it than I am. She should be running it. But yeah, early on, she's been, we've been together since I started the business, and so she's been to enough of these trade shows that she could probably do the pitch better than I can at this point.
Yeah.
So she kind of does an interview, and then this time around decided, like, my kids like messing with the microphone and headphones anyway, so I had them ask some questions and kind of come on for a rapid fire round at the end.
Okay, what was the best question they asked you?
They asked me kind of what was my favorite thing to 3D print, because we just got like a little mini printer at home, or I asked them what their favorite thing was to print, and we just got kind of a mini printer at home, and so they like some of the jewelry type of fish things that's around. So they always ask me can you print it again, because they lose it or break it or something like that.
That's cool. That's funny. All right. So where can people check out your podcast? Is it on Spotify, Apple Podcasts?
Yep, it's on all the major platforms. You can watch it on video on YouTube. It's 3 Degrees Discussions. You can see it on our website, again, 3degreescompany.com. But SoundCloud, Spotify, Apple, Stitcher, Amazon, wherever you get your podcast, you can find it.
Perfect. I think it's very interesting that you're also a materials engineer, material scientist. And I'm very curious to hear, since you've been in the industry for 12 years, how has the materials game changed?
Yeah, I think it's maturing in some sense that people think about not just, can I print with this, like, can I get 10 pounds or 10 kilos of this material to print? It's like, what is involved in getting 100 or 100 kilos or a ton or 10 tons or 100 tons of this material? Because all the supply chain that goes on behind it. And that's where I hope the technology goes, where it's much more productionized. It's one of those things where it's not just kind of one-off niche type of materials. I think there's still space for that, but I think there's a lot of excitement about more of the infrastructure around materials and how to make them. But then also we do a lot of work on the data management side, is making sure that can we track where our materials are coming from and all the processes and things involved in making a production part. So I think the I call it the plumbing of 3D printing. Like,
Yeah,
how do we
that's a
make
good
sure that
analogy.
things are efficient, they are easy to do, easy to manage, easy to ramp up, and then also easy
Mhm.
to repeat in terms
Mhm.
of materials. So that's kind of the direction we think about it in.
That's a good point. And, a lot of people that are listening right now are probably not too aware about the additive manufacturing processes, and especially when we talk about powder bed fusion, whether it's laser based or any other energy source. Powder management and handling is sometimes overwhelming for people
Mhm.
to really wrap their head around. What are some tips and tricks that you can leave people with when it comes to really understanding how to approach that?
Yeah, I think the one thing that is really good now that the industry has matured a little bit is that people have probably done what you're thinking about doing before.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, there are great resources out there in terms of whether it's the OEMs or materials companies to get some of that knowledge, so you don't feel like you're starting from scratch.
Mhm.
And I think especially as you're going into production and qualification, trying to kind of build your network and say, okay, how did you do powder blending? Did you throw away all the stuff that you didn't use? Did you recycle it? How often did you recycle it? And I think the also really good thing is, like, some of the standards are maturing, SAE and ASTM and AWS and others that are putting out standards to say, okay, hey, here's one way to do it, and start with that. So I
Mhm.
think for anyone starting new, I think you're not alone. And try and use some of the resources, whether it's trade shows, whether it's listening to podcasts, whether it's just talking to people from different parts of the industry, because there are a lot of opportunities to learn out there and leverage what people have already done.
Yeah, no, very true, very true. And also the amount of materials is continuously growing in the additive manufacturing industry, whether if it's we're talking about polymers or metals. Even a few years ago, it was very difficult and rare to print in copper. Today, copper is a very highly demanded material where our customers are printing, or the industry is printing inductors, they're printing thermal management devices out of pure copper, or more high performance devices out of copper, chromium, zirconium, or GeoCop 42, which is an alloy developed by NASA. What are some of the materials that excited you when it hit the market or were able to print? What are some game changers in the actual alloy game?
Yeah, it's like asking what's your favorite kid, right? Or, as a materials engineer, what's your favorite material? I think there's a lot of excitement in the composite space.
Yeah.
Carbon fiber filled, fiberglass filled, kind of polymer composites. I think it opens up some more applications where you could select a composite where you may have previously used, like, aluminum or maybe a titanium or something like that.
Mhm.
So I think that is exciting, and I think there's some interesting work going on in that space. In addition, just generally more of the machine manufacturer. There's trying to be a little bit more open-minded when it comes to new materials and helping kind of co-develop approaches to be for specific industries. I think that's exciting.
Yeah, that's very true. And it's not stopping. There's a new material hitting the market probably every week. Some very niche, but some also open up, as you said, very interesting applications where the application space is continuously growing. And speaking about application spaces, and maybe if you get your little glass sphere out of your pocket, what does the future of additive manufacturing look like, and how can additive manufacturing be a tool in the tool belt for manufacturers out there that are visiting IMTS, that are either already in additive and are trying to integrate it further, or are trying to really wrap their head around, how will additive manufacturing impact me in the near, but also in the midterm future?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's every year we see more and more options in terms of what people are looking for. There's always been kind of the high-end, expensive applications or machines and equipment and materials that hit aerospace, medical, things like that. I think as the technology has kind of broadened and matured in some different ways, like, the applications become more and more apparent in terms of, okay, hey, we're really good at making parts that are 8.5 by 12 and flat or 6 inches wide. And so I think I think machine manufacturers and even materials companies are getting more comfortable with the fact that they don't have to make everything, that they don't have to be a tool that solves every single problem. And I'm really excited about the areas and the companies that are really just being kind of application forward and say, hey, we're not selling just a generic machine, we're selling a 3D printer to make tooling for automotive or the electronics industry, or we're just making machines to make titanium implants for medical, and kind of designing around applications versus that added pressure of, hey, we need to be good at all these 25 different things, and I think a lot more depth will come from that. And so that's what I'm kind of excited about, and kind of walking some of the booths and saying, hey, like they're really focused on medical or electronics or whatever it may be, and kind of seeing the focus on that front. So that's where I kind of get excited about.
Yeah, and that is very exciting. It really shows how the industry is maturing and is definitely out of prototyping, right?
Yes.
Which a lot of people still consider additive manufacturing a prototyping technology.
Yeah.
And what's interesting too is that we see there's always one industry that matures very rapidly. I think the latest was probably space that really quickly adopted additive manufacturing, and now every rocket and vehicle that we launch into space has additive manufacturing as key components. Before that, it was aerospace and medical industries. What's the next industry? Who will be the next champion of additive manufacturing, in your opinion?
I still think it's like an underrepresented, it's not as sexy, but like the tooling area. I just think there's so many interesting applications where tooling and ways to help enhance or combine traditional manufacturing with additive is just a huge opportunity. Either to help with better customization, better throughput, sustainability on that front. And I still think there's kind of living through the kind of echoes of COVID over the last few years. I think the exciting thing is people are more like when manufacturing breaks down or when they're challenged with manufacturing, people are aware of it again.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I still think there's a lot of opportunity for additive to play in that space.
Yeah. And new materials also continue to unlock new applications in the tooling space, right? I mean, H13 has been difficult to print for various reasons because of the high carbon content. Now we're able to print an H13 without heating up the base plate to 500 degrees, which is super difficult to do. So yeah, definitely can mirror that. And also, walking around here, seeing the semiconductor industry, for example,
absolutely,
or
a lot of investment from at least the U.S. government on that front. And
exactly. AM Forward and the semiconductor bill that were just released are definitely going to push those industries into additive as well.
Certainly.
Let me ask you one more thing, and that is, at Additive Snack, we typically try to package pieces of knowledge of experts such as yourself into a short time frame. So in a few sentences, if you want to give people out there a tip on how to get into the industry as easy and successful as possible, what's your additive snack for them?
Yeah, I'm going to steal this from. I asked this to Ryan yesterday from Nike, and I think I echo it in a lot of ways. Is kind of be curious. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Be open-minded as well, even if you're used to using a specific technology or think that additive is the solution or not the solution for everything. I think people that I've found that have been very successful in the industry are very open-minded and willing to collaborate and share a sense of shared exploration when they go into the industry.
Such good advice. If you are trying to get into additive, it's not going to work with a very closed mindset. Yeah, you need an open mindset to innovate, to collaborate, to be open to difficult and challenging ideas that
and get things wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, we all do. And you are going to have to fail many times in order to really become successful and incorporate additive manufacturing successful into your technology. So, Mike, thanks so much for being on IMTS Plus. It was a pleasure having you on the show. As he said, if you want to check out his podcast, check out 3 Degrees Conversations.
3 Degrees Discussions.
Discussions. Yes. Thank you. On your favorite podcast, and also check out his AMX platform. Super
Yep.
cool. What's the next city after Chicago?
Looking at Denver and then maybe somewhere in Ohio.
All right, Denver, Ohio, and Illinois. Check it out. Definitely worth your time. So thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
Big thank you to IMTS Plus influencer, Creators Lounge influencer, Fabian Alefeld and his guest, Mike Vasquez. Coming up next, the geniuses, the creators behind Industrial and the brand of industrial strength marketing. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. This is Mary from the Creators Lounge. I have assembled another team of Avengers. I don't know. I think we need to explore the Marvel universe too. I feel like I'm leaning in heavy on that. Wait, no, Marvel's Avengers. DC is. Oh no, this is beside the point. This is something for later, but something for now. I have gathered some of the fantastic members of the Industrial Strength Marketing Team. They are the team behind the idea that we are tangibly sitting in right now that is the Creators Lounge. So we just wanted to have an opportunity to interview, meet and greet, chat with the people behind the creativity that we're here today. So yeah, so if you would tell us a little bit more about what is industrial strength marketing. Introduce yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Jake Jurley. I'm VP of Integrated Marketing Strategy at Industrial, which is the agency arm of Industrial Strength Marketing. Industrial Strength Marketing is basically a parent brand that was started by our founder and CEO, James Soto. Underneath it are Industrial, which is a B2B marketing agency that's focused on the industrial sector. Industrial Studios, which is the organization that's behind the IMTS Creators Lounge, that's producing all of this content. And then Industrial Marketer, which is a publication that we run, which offers tips and tricks for basically industrial marketers, and has a wonderful podcast associated with it, which Nels Jensen, who's also here in the Creators Lounge today,
that's you,
co-hosts with another one of our team members, Joey Strawn.
Whoa, I feel like we need a graphic of a flow chart of the hierarchy of storytelling creativity flow. I love that was like the whole genealogy of industrial. I'm ready for the test. Amazing. Would you introduce yourself? Who are you? Tell us more about yourself.
Hello, I'm Draper Brown. I am the media director at Industrial. I've been here for 4 years. So a little bit about what my job involves is the buying and planning of the media. So taking the client's media dollars and helping distribute their message to their target audience and doing research to figure out or help them define their target audience as well.
I love that. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Nels Jensen. I'm senior content creator. I am part of the inbound marketing team, which is your fundamental website. I'm a Word guy, a senior content creator, so I'll help write blog posts or more extensive white papers or little blurbs for email and everything else. And part of the inbound team also has your marketing technology. So it's like your CRM. So you gathered leads organically and then help figure out what to do with that information.
I love that. Everyone needs a Word guy. Hi. Yeah, love that. Fantastic. And last but not least.
Hi, I'm Jim Eisenbeck. I am Vice President of Business Development. I am an OG industrial. Been here a minute and have been a part of a lot of these shows and worked with a lot of the great iconic brands that are in this very hall that we're in, as well as throughout the entire IMTS, all the pavilions. So really excited to be here and see everybody that's back and seeing all the great energy around being in person again and just everybody sharing out what's happened in the last 4 years since we were last year.
It is so fantastic to finally be gathered. To go from Zoom to in person is like, whoa, what's happening? I did notice on your website says that you are unapologetically industrial. So what does that mean and how does it mean to be so uniquely boutique in that side of marketing and branded content? Whoever wants to answer.
Well, basically, if you look at the larger landscape that we operate in, marketing agencies, they specialize in various different verticals, right? So manufacturing may be one of them. We've embraced that, and we've embraced it unapologetically. So what differentiates us is what we like to summarize as essentially the idea that we are industrial. So not only do we know B2B marketing like the back of our hand, that's the expertise we bring to the manufacturing sector, but we're also familiar with everything that's happening here at IMTS. So that's why we've made an investment as an organization to send approximately half of our staff here just to soak up information, knowledge, and to participate in it.
Sponge it up from the source.
Yeah, and we get it. We understand, Draper understands the buying cycles and the complicated nature of what people are selling and the services and how difficult it may be give, and she can talk more about that. But, on my side, it's also understanding what they actually do. So, CNC machining is a big, huge, broad umbrella, and there are dozens and dozens of types of machines that, can cut or, basically reduce metal into a part, a really cool part. We understand the challenges of automation and the digitization of your operation. And we kind of help people, manufacturers are really good at refining their operation down to the last detail. And we like to say, we'll open up the hood and do the same thing to your marketing and sales.
I love that. That was going to be kind of my follow-up question. So like being a word person myself, so what does that actually mean? So they've done all of the ingenuity to create the product. And so then I love that, lift up the hood. You take the how can we market, offer, brand, promote? That's, wow, yeah.
To be
so neat.
unapologetically industrial means that we are engaged in the industry and then we speak the language of our customers and their customers, which is a huge benefit.
Right.
So, I think
you speak the language of the people. So how does it feel to be in the deep end, swimming with all of these clients and all of these amazing opportunities? It's like you're in the koi pond and you're just there's so many big fish all around. How does it feel to be saturated in so much excitement and opportunity?
Honestly, a little bit overwhelming, but we figure out how to help people basically overcome their challenges every day. So, for example, like looking around the show here, I see a lot of redundant signage, for example, right?
Ooh,
a lot of redundant branding,
redundant
a lot of
signage.
redundant messaging. What we specialize in is helping people stand out, whether it's in terms of their visual identity of their brand, right? The message that they're conveying to their audience, finding that audience. And that's really what we mean by we are industrial as well, like thinking about turning it around and trying to uncover what the benefits are for our clients. It means, when Nels is working with a client, he understands the manufacturing processes. We're focused then on really identifying and articulating what the differentiators are as opposed to selling the category. And we can get to market faster as a result of it. When Draper is doing media planning, she really knows the media landscape. She knows who the appropriate partners are. She knows basically what the available products are that they're offering. And she's always looking to develop essentially a custom solution that's going to produce essentially the outcomes that we've agreed upon with our clients. So it basically means acceleration. It means basically better differentiation in terms of messaging and positioning, and ultimately a stronger and coherent strategy.
Well, truthfully, too, it's a relationship building exercise is what I'm doing with all of our media vendors that I talk to every day. In the past couple years, everything has been virtual. So it's been a lot of phone calls, a lot of Zoom meetings, but still like cultivating that relationship with that vendor to understand, okay, what products are you offering in the media space? What makes sense for our clients from, a pure industrial B2B space, and making sure that whatever it is we're putting out there with their messaging and branding aligns with their core.
So I love that so much. So when you have a company, for example, Okuma, that you're working with, and like we really want to work on our brand, we want to work with industrial to improve our brand and do XYZ. What is the first step? What is the strategy for implementing the change that they have come to you for?
Well, if we're talking on the brand level, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make sure to document, what the brand is, what it stands for. So with some of our clients, they may already have that documented, and that's fantastic. And so we're able to apply all that work essentially to what we do. For others, honestly, many companies in the manufacturing space, they don't really have, a modern defined brand that distinguishes them. Frequently, Okuma is an exception. It's
I just happened to be, I know, it was
right,
just,
like large,
it's a pretty strong
yeah.
brand, but it just happened to be the first one that I saw outside of the creative.
Annette, you're doing a great job. Keep it up.
But I would say for
Okuma, we love you.
But I would say for the vast majority of the sector, it's something that people really haven't figured out yet. Because it hasn't really been a necessity up until now. So we help people essentially distill what their brand is, right? What the promise is they're extending to the market, to their customers. And we also make sure that, they're in a position to fulfill that promise, right? Because we don't want to put anything out into the market that, they're not going to be able to follow through
so really
on,
distilling
right?
to the root. So
Yeah.
they know what they're offering and really helping them, guiding them along the way. Like, what is it that you're offering? Are you able to deliver what you're offering? Do you need to change what you're offering according to your infrastructure?
Well, and it's interesting because sometimes the work takes basically an inward-facing, perspective, right? It becomes about aligning the organization around the brand values, right, and the brand mission. Other times, of course, it's about figuring out, well, how do we convey that externally, right, to the market that the clients we work with are trying to reach. So, it's very consultative, and it involves, working with company leaders, right, to figure out how to educate and, I guess, direct the rest of the organization, but then also, obviously, staging things so that we can put an effective, message, promise out into market.
So I am and continue to be so impressed with the diversity of the image that comes to mind is Star Trek. When you like beam down, like everyone is such a strong pillar in their own field of expertise. So with all of that, with great power comes great responsibility. So my question is, how do you balance all of these amazing individuals and work as an ensemble as industrial strength marketing? What's the balance of forces between the designing, the directing, the implement, the word guy, how do you balance all those things as a team internally?
I would say that it takes all of us in our individual practice to get to the end result. Like, I rely very heavily on Nels's content, for example. So whether he's posting a blog so that I can then direct traffic to that blog, or he is helping write a phenomenal white paper, and then I can take that white paper, put that into an ad, and then put that within, a trade pub that fits our target audience for what, the client is wanting. That helps, like, make all of the pieces and parts work so much more coherently together. We also need, for example, like inbound support, like with SEO, search engine optimization. Sometimes we're trying to figure out like very specific keywords that we want to purchase within Google. So it truly takes like all of us and all of our collective experiences for the end goal.
I've even noticed from just the brainstorming sessions and the writing sessions that I was a part of for this, just being in the Google Meet and everyone was up, and there were even people that weren't even like in the room still audio in, and it was such like an open-ended brainstorm conversation where everyone's ideas were welcomed and encouraged. And I know as an artist and a creator myself at a high level, I've never felt so safe, valued, and supported as an expert in a room of experts.
Well, if you have the foundation and then you have the right sort of building blocks to put on top of that. So the strategy is based on goals, and then the tactics are, pointed toward outcomes. And it sounds like MBA school, and it kind of is. But okay, so Joey and Molly are starting with keyword research on how are people looking when they're about to make this purchase, and what are their next steps and whatever. And then the keywords drive not only our content, but obviously the search. So, okay, let's make sure we have a success story, talk to the customers and figure out, okay, this new product they're launching, has been successful with X and Y, and they want to expand it into a new industry. So try to tell a pertinent story. And then, the paid aspect is the same thing. You're aligning along with the keywords, and you're finding, she's amazing at finding the right audience. What is the right publication for this audience?
Can I hire you for my individual branding?
Absolutely.
Well, I think you were asking how does everybody work together to greater effect, right? How do we get that integrated, rising tide raises all ships effect?
Ooh, I love it.
And I think it starts with what Nels was referencing, really having a goal, right? And then a strategic framework that really responds to the goal. In order to reach goals, you have to make decisions, right? You have to commit to direction.
In order to reach goals, you have to make decisions, guys.
You have to,
That's a quotable quote.
That's a takeaway.
That's a takeaway.
Essentially establish some guardrails, right? And then, I guess where that democratic feeling comes in, where everybody is
Yes,
participating.
democratic. Great. That's the word.
That
Good job.
that really comes in.
Where were you, word guy?
That really comes in during
He's a word guy too. Okay.
during the strategy and the planning phase, which we emphasize really heavily. So, Nels, Draper, everybody on the team are really engaged in those foundational phases of any client engagement, which then I think really helps set the stage and establish a common framework that we can all abide by as we go into production.
I love
and,
you're establishing the common language. You're setting the rules. I call it you're establishing the parameters of your sandbox, and then you have the toys in the sandbox, the kids, the sand. So my question for you are, as we wrap up this, I feel like I need to go get to my LinkedIn and update my website. Like I feel really inspired and empowered. So. Since you are here at IMTS 2022, what is your intention? What are you hoping to soak into your brain sponge and take away from this amazing event?
There's so many great brands here. There's so many technologies. There's so many new innovations. There's so much to keep up with. I think I was reading in the beginning of the magazine about planning your show is that if you spend maybe 3 exhibitors an hour through entire show, you'll only see 2% of what's here.
Yeah. Wowie zowie.
It's
just 2%.
That's massive.
Wow.
So I think,
but that's still such a great. That's scale is, wow.
So I think just trying to be efficient in what you take in. Have a purpose in what you're trying to
carefully curate the content you're taking away. I love.
There's a lot of great stuff here. You can't go wrong no matter where you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. My content partner in crime, Virginia, we call ourselves kind of the nerds because you really get into this technology and you can get lost in that. To me, actually, it's almost more, people need help differentiating the messaging. And Jake pointed that out. You go on the floor here and you can see that people you can't glance at every place and know what they do. And that's sort of an issue. And to me, there's such an opportunity in this sector for more branding. It's out of sight, out of mind. Just, do people know about you when they decide they're going to buy something, or are you hoping they find you in the process? If they know about you when you start, you get in earlier and you can talk more about your capabilities and your features and your solutions, as opposed to, you're the 4th company we've looked at. They may have already set a price in mind So to me, it's the chance to talk to some people about brand awareness and the importance of being on the radar screen.
I love that.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of, what are we here to do? Well, Draper, Nelson, and I, we all work on one of our key accounts, Manufacturing USA. They're here at the show. We're, this morning we've been meeting with them. We're here to support them. They're celebrating a milestone this year. It's essentially 10 years, right, since the network was created. It's a federal government program that is supposed to accelerate advanced manufacturing in various different ways and help get that technology into market, right? So that it's usable, it can be applied. So that's really exciting. And then we're here to participate in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, right, which is a key initiative of Industrial Studios. So we're here at booth 338-600, I believe it is. So if you're watching online and you're at the show, you should come and check it out.
Yeah, Draper, what's your take?
I just enjoy getting to understand all the different facets of manufacturing. I work on manufacturing brands every day, but there's always more to learn. I think the biggest takeaway for me is what are those new technologies out there? What are those brands that are really doing it well? Looking at the actual booths and how they present themselves can kind of tell you a lot about how they perceive themselves as a brand. Some are big and bold, which is kind of exciting and fun. Others are a little bit more meek and mild, but then once you get in there and you start talking to them, they have vast depths of knowledge that you could then take and send out into the world that's valuable.
Just by engaging in conversation with them and helping them, conversation, communication, collaboration, and every other word that ends in shun. A word that does not end in shun, but that is also very important, is pizza. We're having a pizza party tonight. I'm super excited. I have to know, we're in Chicago. You all are based out of Tennessee. Yes. So is this going to be your first Chicago pizza experience? Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you excited? Thoughts and feelings, pepperoni, sausage. What's going on in your brain?
It can't come soon enough. I'm already
I know.
hungry.
I'm literally like,
Maybe we can jump to it for lunch. But no, we will be taking over
no,
the
you need
world
pizza
famous.
ends the day because that gets Chicago style pizza ends in food coma, which ends in 99.
Yeah.
I want to understand how the Chicago pizza manufacturing process is different from a normal.
We'll see if we can get you a kitchen tour. Well, it is.
Okay.
So there are different kinds of Chicago style pizza. There's one that I like to call a biscuit with sauce is basically what it is. And the other is like a stuffed pizza. So the cheese is inserted. It's into, anyway, but I want to know, I know Chicago style pizza, but I want to know.
Well, I went to college in Chicago.
Okay, so
Nels,
I'm sorry. It's
No,
yeah, I'm not from here.
I think just the notion, if people don't know about stuffed pizza,
stuffed pizza's my favorite.
Right. It's like you're not going to go and get a couple slices.
Yeah.
You're going to have one slice.
You have one,
it's
and then you
massive
eat
and
it
it's
slowly.
awesome.
Yeah,
So-
I know it's massive and it's awesome. It makes for really great leftovers. What do you think?
I've never had it before, so here we go.
Wowie
All right,
zowie.
Ricky Hazing. All right.
So, thank you so much for all the, again, I feel like today I'm just talking about food, but I'm just really excited about pizza with my new friends. Thank you so much for this amazing conversation. I feel so charged, excited, and delighted to be able to meet you and see the faces and hear the voices behind how passionate you are about being completely saturated and being industrial. So thank you so much for sharing your time with me. I invite you, go out to the floor, take some notes, meet some clients, and please, if anyone, you're feeling inspired and excited by our conversation and you want to engage with these amazing people, go to weareindustrial.com. Also, Industrial Strength Marketing on LinkedIn. I did it. I didn't even need any notes.
You nailed it.
And also, hashtag we are all creators, hashtag IMTS 2022.
Join us for pizza. Giordano's.
Join
tonight.
us for pizza. Giordano's. Come by the Creators Lounge. We have a QR code. Scan it. Sign up. It's free. You want free pizza? You want free pizza? Yeah, you do. And beer and wine, too, because pizza. There you go. Come by for the pizza party, y'all. Thank you so much. Stay tuned for more programming.
Let's go boom. 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 Boom. Let's go boom.
Said I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. Said I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Welcome back to the IMTS 2022 Creators Lounge. We have another wonderful influencer interview for you. Charlie Matthews of the Empowering Podcast is going to be interviewing Michelle Edmondson, AMT's Vice President of Exhibitions. Let's join them now.
Welcome, everyone. So this is the Empowering Industry Podcast live at IMTS, and I have such a special guest. Michelle, thank you for joining us, taking time out of this event. I know this is your event, so tell us a little bit about yourself and how you, what is your week like for one, but let's start with you.
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me. I mean, it is such a pleasure and an honor to be on your podcast and to be here in the Creators Lounge at IMTS. So my week is interesting because I am now in week three. So we have a 2-week move-in where we came in with all these amazing exhibitors, got them all in, and got it ready for the audience. And so this week is just awesome. It's making sure that all the people get the best experience they can get, whether they're going to the Job Shop program, the women's program, the main stage, the AM for You, the Live Lab. We have all kinds of education and fun experiences for everybody, or one of the many exhibitors on the show floors.
That's right. So much to talk about. I want to stay with you for just a minute. And you've been doing this for, you've been associated with IMTS for quite some time. So
I have.
Tell us a little bit about how you got into the industry and kind of your story about IMTS.
Sure. So I started in this industry in 1995. So 1996 was my very first IMTS. I worked for a registration company, and the company that actually did registration for IMTS. So,
Which is so important. I mean, first of all, like,
Yeah.
what a task.
Yeah, no. It's funny. I often say when it comes to operations and the operations team, if people don't notice you, it means you're doing your job well. Right?
That's
so, in 2004, my predecessor had a baby and decided she wanted to stay home, and so Peter called over and said, "Hey, he actually called my boss and said, "Hey, would you think she'd be interested in interviewing?" And so I did, and the rest is history. I've been here since 2004, so 18 years ago I started, and it's just awesome. And so at the time I started as the operations manager and kind of grew into the role that I'm in now. So it's been an amazing 18 years. I've had a lot of great mentors and a lot of great people help me along the way, and a lot of great teammates and members that work really well and really hard, and we work really collaboratively. So I'm really blessed.
Yeah, and
really
I
am.
think that's a theme throughout, and I keep hearing that about the team, and you have created a team that you use, and I think that's probably from your background and learning how this is put together. An event like this, there's so many pieces. I can't imagine what your everyday is like. I do want to get into that and kind of tell people, okay, what is it like to put together a team that can handle event within event and within an event?
Yeah, no, it's funny. So when I think about IMTS, it's a project, right? But it's a product, if you will, and it's a product for our industry. And in order to put it together, it's made up of multiple projects, and each one of those projects has a lead. And so if it comes to, we have the 2 specialty programs, we have 2 leads for each specialty program. We have a lead for this Creators Lounge. We have a lead for the team that brings in the exhibits and works with the exhibits and makes their experience well. We have a lead for the Emerging Technology Center, a lead for the main stage. So it's definitely, and sometimes they're one lead working on multiple things, but they think of it and build their own teams. And so from the standpoint, I mean, I have a lot of trust, so that helps. I give the team leaders a lot of flexibility to work with in their own team, how they want to do it. And then we just all keep a lot of meetings, meeting and making sure it's going well.
Yeah, and I think that is, they know you support what they're doing, and if they have a problem, they can come to you. But also, just you having the faith in them that they know what, and faith is something that is proven a lot of the times. They're doing a great job. I've seen that from the team, and working so closely here at the Creators Lounge has been really phenomenal. So why did you put that together? I mean, why are we telling these manufacturing stories? Why did you see that as something important?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So after 2018, we knew that after IMTS 2018, we knew that there was a void in the industry. And so at that time, there's so many people talking about products and machines and technology, but nobody was talking about humans.
Right.
And, it's funny, I remember, I managed operations and marketing or at that time and did them all, or both. And I remember asking, well, why don't we talk about this? And somebody said, well, our industry doesn't like that. And I was like, well, our industry is people. People like
here.
that. So that's when we finally thought about it. And Peter, my boss, Peter Yeoman, who he's such a great visionary. And he was like, you know what? We're missing that connection. And so we started creating this project, which is now today known as IMTS Plus. It was a different iteration. And so the plan was to launch that in 21, right? We'll go through it. Well, then we didn't have 20 and fast-tracked it and launched a couple things in 20. But then we got to here, and I met with Industrial and all the people and started talking about, how can we kind of, we have the same vision, we have the same, all of us want to get stories out. What do we want? Influencers. At the end of the day, people are important. And we really felt strongly that the Creators Lounge would help bring to the front forward that people are important, and we all are people that just.
Yeah, and I think this is something really interesting. I think the pandemic, when we think back on that, it kind of solidified some of these thoughts that we already had, right? So you're talking about it. We've talked to several people on the podcast that we were doing things to get ready for this before we even knew that we had to be. But one thing is just caring about people, caring about their stories, and like reminding them of the amazing job that they're doing, right? These essential workers out there are creating, and we just need to be able to share that so that they remember themselves and are excited about going to work and what they're doing, but also bringing those stories about the opportunity. There's so many different opportunities here,
and it's so important too, and you hit the nail right on the head, but remembering why manufacturing is important. Why is our industry important? What are people doing in our industry, from saving a business to giving back to their community? Like, what are the people doing? And it's not just about the product they make. People don't want to do business with a product. They want to do business with good, decent people. I mean, because I came from a registration company in the trade show space, I've worked in a lot of different industries. Our industry is full of really, really good people.
Yeah, cool people too. Like,
right?
Very cool people.
Right, exactly. And so it's refreshing, it's exciting, it's fun. And so we want to make sure we tell everybody's story.
Yeah, and we like to have fun, which is I like this room. It's kind of cozy in here, but when people are walking by, we can see the energy and feel the energy, even though we're in kind of this box here. I think that is something that is unique about events. It's the energy that once you walk in the door, you just feel it. Okay, we're gonna have some learning, some innovation, some creativity. I'm gonna meet somebody cool today, and that's really exciting about coming to IMTS.
That's exactly right. And I think people understand it more now than they ever have before. I mean, think about when people don't have to have a Zoom call and they get in a room with a meeting, how much more collaboration and ideas and products come out of those meetings as opposed to a Zoom call and different things. The trade shows are the same. Like, it's just not the same in a digital space. And digital spaces have their place, no question about it. But the energy behind a trade show, and especially one of IMTS, we have almost over 80,000 people right here. And so it's just like you feel it, you see it. It's crowded. People are so excited to just be back together.
Yeah, and what I've noticed is there is a very diverse crowd here. And I don't know that that's intentional, if it represents manufacturing industry, but here, bringing all these talented people together, that's what I'm seeing. I'm loving it. I absolutely love the stories and the questions I can ask, because I feel like it's representative of our real world.
It's funny. We have a saying back at IMT that we're like, IMTS is inclusive. It's the inclusive piece of the industry, and that is what makes us successful. We don't think we can do it all ourselves. That's why we have partners. We don't think it's just for one, it's not just for males, it's not just for females, it's not just for, we have 9 pavilions, it's not just for one technology.
It's not even just for adults, it's for children as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And so it is an inclusive space, that's what makes it so dynamic and so good.
Yeah, I love it. And I love being able to talk about everything from pumps to machinery to engineers to operators. It's been great. But one thing that I did that kind of stood out for me, because I told you that I host the Empowering Women in Industry Conference and Community, and having the reception last night and kind of kicking off and talking about how women do make the manufacturing move, and what is the future of manufacturing, what does that look like? It really looks like it's all coming together, but to have that focus to bring in women and get them excited about being here, and I think that does change the dynamic. It's still, it still is a male-dominated industry, so we need that. So I'm just curious your perspective of why we created that kind of special group, and then what do we look forward to next throughout the week?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's one that's so close to my heart. So we actually, in for the 2020 show, we knew that we wanted to focus on women. I mean, as I said, 1996 was my first IMTS, and I can tell you there are many more women on the 2022 show floor than there were in 1996.
Right.
And so
I remember seeing that
and-
photo that went out, and it's it's just, well, how are we going to change this? What is this going to look like? And I will tell you, my photos look very different this year. So
Exactly.
yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Go
No,
ahead.
that's perfect, and you're exactly right. And not only are there an increasing number of women on the show floor, but I don't know how to say this. They are more respected. In 1996, if you were a woman on the show floor, it sad.
getting
I mean, that
coffee.
wasn't
You were
even
getting coffee or
yeah,
something.
That
Yeah.
wasn't even that long ago, right? And so we knew that we needed to do something to engage more. 2020, we were planning on doing a women's program, but then when we canceled the show, we were like, canceling the show actually proved that we were on the right path, because we then did what's now IMTS Plus, and that's how we filled our show. And it was a program called Spark. We did it for 6 months, and 70% of the people on there were women. And we're like, well, they're in the industry. Clearly we have them. So we absolutely need to do a program for
You
women.
know what I found is when there is a place for them, if you're picking between, let's say, 3 people and one of them is a woman, and there's not really a place, like a special category, this is
Right.
where this woman is going to learn, then you may not send her, because there's somebody that has more experience, somebody that that kind of levels her. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Has been there longer, or looks like you, whatever it is that makes you make that decision. Rarely is it we're sending our women out to these events. So when you
Right.
have the spot there designated for a woman to attend, that's what I have found, that they're like, oh, a woman should go. Who's the woman in our business that we can send?
That's exactly right. And we made a conscious effort to, like, we went out to women and said, what keeps you up at night? Help us create this program for you. But then when we marketed it, we not only marketed it to women, but also to bosses. And a lot of the bosses in our industry are male. And so it was very much, you need to send your women employees to these pieces. And, you mentioned the reception last night. It was great. So many people were there, so many women in the room, and men too. Like, again, inclusivity means we want people to understand and recognize that this is an important mission. We
Yeah.
as women are not going to push it forward if the men of the industry don't see the value. So
And
it was really good.
Yeah, I love seeing the male allies. And I also, I think it's neat when you have a room full of women and they're the minority. They kind of see what we deal with every day, which
Agreed.
I think is educational
Mhm.
for them to do. And so I love it, and I'm just so thankful that this is the way we're going, and that you started the week like that, so we can continue to have these conversations to see how we can improve these women's lives, and also just how we get more people in the industry. The workforce is what we're looking for. Now, we haven't talked a lot about this, but I'm just so curious. The students and kind of the student summit that's going on. I've got a quick run through going down there, but what is the vision behind that? How do you see that kind of playing out as far as the evolution, if you will, from student to employee?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So in 2012, we've had a student summit as long as I've been at AMT. But in 2012, AMT created a Smart Force department, and then Student Summit really took off. Somebody working on the initiative all year long is obviously different than coming and just putting something together for 6 days. It's great. The vision is we have 9 technologies upstairs, and there are 9 technologies in Student Summit. I say downstairs because it physically is downstairs, but there's those same 9 technologies are represented downstairs, but in a hands-on experience. So it's really for the kids. It is for elementary, middle, and high school students, and also some college students that come in. So there's almost a job fair, how do you get jobs, training them, understanding, do you want an apprenticeship, what's going on, how are things going, from here's a VR cave, let's look at this VR, and here are some hands-on. They're all hands-on. They can make 3D printed things. They can do, it's just so fun to go down there and watch them. There's competitions, and it just is, the idea and the vision is to make sure that students, parents, and administrators know our industry is fun, it's technology-driven, it's forward-thinking, it's not just what they deem it is. It's not what they
It's
think it is
energizing.
anymore.
I mean, it really is
Yes.
energizing, exciting to be a part of that. But I'm like, how do you do all this? How do you pick your team? How do you, like, what is it like to be the boss of something like this, right?
I will say one of the things that I am the best at, and I don't mean to boast, but I really do look for people's strengths because it makes my job easier, right? I am really good at finding out what people can do well and then using them.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, because that makes my life easier.
Do you have like a right hand? Like who?
I do.
Yeah. Okay.
I do. I have a lot of right hands. And I mean, that's the benefit of IMTS is that there's like, I have a director of operations, there's a director of marketing there, and all the people within those teams. And I am someone that wants to get to know every single person to really understand. So our Catherine Ross, who is in our Smart Force development, and she's, I mean, if you are any part of in Smart Force in manufacturing, you know her name. She created and she was the lead on our women's program because she's such an education and she's so good, and she put that program together. And so there are just, you figure out what are people doing, what are they good at, and honestly, then sometimes you just take a chance.
Yeah, well, okay. So we do this. We have this great event, right? And it is amazing. And we've created all this content. And do you take a break? Like, do you start immediately getting ready for the next one? Like, what does that look like for, like, I'm just amazed that you can continue to just go.
Yeah, I will say this actually energizes me a lot. Will I take a break? Sure. I mean, I think into
To
your
island
cycles.
somewhere, just relaxing.
I will be going to an island in January,
Good.
but at the end of the day, truly, I mean, I am not all work and I am not all play. Like, I often laugh when people talk about work-life balance. My work-life balance is different than any other. Like, I can be on vacation and take a call and take an email and take something, or I can be at work and plan things for my children's school or things. I have something to do and I make it I do it. I don't.
Just life, right?
It's just life.
Your life.
Exactly.
We're made up of a lot of different parts and pieces, and this is just part of it. Work is just part of it, and
Exactly.
it's just as important. Also, like just connecting with people. Like you connect with your team, and this. We'll kind of go back to this, human side of things. Is really what we're trying to accomplish here. Is we're going to share these manufacturing stories. We're going to talk about what the creators and the marketing side of things and the event side of things. All of these people that make this happen.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it is, like you said, 80,000 people, like, and more. Like,
Yep.
And so it's amazing that you're able to put something together like this and still be passionate about it, still be like looking for the next thing. Do you have any tips for us who are out there kind of growing events and in this industry or just in manufacturing in general of like how to kind of keep going, kind of keep getting inspired to that next step?
Sure. I think the thing that gets me inspired the most is listening. Like, I love just sitting and talking to somebody, but more, I love sitting and listening to them. I mean, I am an operations background by nature, right? That's my core and where I came from. So I always want to problem solve. So you can't problem solve if you don't really listen to what the problem is. And nobody will tell you what the problem is, right? They will tell you.
Definitely not in front of people.
Right.
Yes.
And so you have to listen to clues and you have to be patient. You have to, which I'm still working on, but you have to really, you have to get them to trust you, and you have to let them see that you're a good person. You've got their back. You're here for them, and you want what's best for the industry, and you want what's best for them and the situation in general. And once you get that, you have their loyalty, and then they will go do good things for you.
Yeah, and we want people to tell us kind of what the issues are, what can we do to help, and I think that's why we're here. We want to hear the stories, want to hear the challenges of the supply chain issues, and I think that actually leads to people buying on the show floor while they're here, which I think is amazing.
Correct.
So if you had one thing that you wanted to kind of tell everybody, what would it be? What would you want them to do this week?
I would want everybody to go look at the Emerging Technology Center. Because that is the core of our industry. It is emerging. It is the next level. And we've had things in there that have never come to existence, and that is supposed to be how it happens. But that is the forward thinking of where we can go. And if we all work together, we're going to do really great things.
Yeah, well, Michelle, I am so honored to meet you and be able to be here at IMTS. It's been just, I mean, I've been here, this is day 2. We had a setup day, an interview day, and I'm just blown away at what you're able to accomplish, and just thank you for what you're doing and that you care. You care about us, you care about the creators, not just marketing creators, but the creators out there on the show floor too. Wonderful to meet you.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. And honestly, it is my honor that you guys are here and willing to look at IMTS and be part of IMTS in the industry. So thank you so much, Charlie.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
They are wrapping up, and we are loving what we're seeing.
What a fantastic interview and intimate innovation insights with Michelle Edmondson, led by Charlie Matthews. Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing all of that wonderful information with us. Charlie, we're going to keep Charlie in the Creators Lounge, and we're going to bring in the fantastic Tim Wilburn of TW Controls. Let's see them now.
going. Awesome. Tim, welcome to the Empowering Industry Podcast live at IMTS. It is amazing to be here with you. First of all, thank you for being on our podcast as an intro to IMTS, because that was really like setting the stage. So thank you for that. Tim, tell everybody who you are.
I'm Tim Wilborn from TW Controls.
Yeah, and so, you kind of jumped in this industry and just really, took some of that knowledge and said, hey, I'm going to, jump into YouTube. Tell us how that started. I think that's as we're all creators. We want to know how you just get into YouTube and are so successful that fast.
Well, I always say I'm the accidental YouTuber because, I did not have a plan, which just backing up a little bit, I started this company with my wife when we were 8 months pregnant with our first son. So we're really good at stumbling through things. But we
or doing everything all at once. I actually have done, I know that pathway. Like, let's go. We're going to just do it all at once.
Yeah. So started off that we had some products, and we found that people just responded better to video instructions compared to a long 20-page manual. And we were probably on the cusp as far as that part. But then we had a product that needed a little more than instructions. We really had to give some broad overview of how overall it works.
And the products, tell them a little bit about the products.
It was an analog simulator, so it's a 4 to 20 milliamp signal, and those get really complicated. So we had to do a lot of background of, hey, here's what a 4 to 20 milliamp signal is, here's how it works. And all of a sudden we realized there was a lot more people watching our videos than were buying our products. And so that's kind of where it all started at. And then, so we started making instructions on, how to do this and how to do that. And again, still initially it was, hey, we build control panels. So let me help you a little bit with planning a control panel. So hopefully you'll buy a control panel.
The right control panel that you need is ours. No.
Yes, exactly. But then all of a sudden it became less about the product and more about, hey, how do we help people? How can we, get people into the industry? And I mean, Amber and I now, we're very blessed with work. And so it became less of a need for getting work, and it became more of a just, hey, this is a passion. This is what I want to do is, figure out how can I help someone who is at, this level get to the next level? How can I help somebody that's in a mechanical place, get to an electrical to program or programming to engineer? Just, how can I just help them do those baby steps?
Yeah, so you've put together this online, because we started this during kind of the pandemic. Well, you bought the space and then the pandemic happened, so we're on virtual. And so you've got that library of knowledge that you've created. And then you also have the YouTube channel that you're constantly posting and sharing through social. But how is somebody really leveling up? I mean, what are they learning from you?
Well, really, initially it's going to be getting them out of a pinch. So just like all of us, we all think we're all doctors, we're all whatever. We can Google anything, right? We can figure this out. So they're in the middle of the night, they have a problem and they search for it. And so I help them out of that pinch that night. And my hope is that they come back and then, okay, now that I helped you with that, now let's understand exactly why we had that problem. And then, okay, how could we have prevented that problem? And then, okay, how can we build a machine that would never have that problem? And
so we literally talk about what keeps us up at night, and you are the one that when that happens, when whatever it is that keeps us up at night, you are actually going to be there supporting these people. So
yes.
I mean, that's amazing. I mean, first of all, to be able to create and have the knowledge of what they need, right? So as far as the messaging that has to go into YouTube, for example, you got to create the description, you got to have the words and the real problems to put in there, or people aren't going to find that when they search, right? So
right.
Your background in the industry, tell us how you obtained this knowledge.
Well, I started out in a machine shop when I was 12 years old, and I always tell everybody I wasn't a good machinist, but really, by the time, it's fun, everybody, if you can't see out here, but all of there's the world is your oyster of CNCs out here, and if I never see another.
I've seen so many CNCs. I mean, I didn't even know that there were that many options.
Yeah.
Right.
And I've seen so many CNCs in my life. I never want to again. but I always tell everybody, I learned to machine, I learned to fabricate, and I worked for my dad. And really, you can never pass your parent experience. He had 30 years on me, but about the time people were wanting turnkey equipment, you would build a mechanical machine, and then you'd take it to an electrician, then you would take it to a programmer, and then when it didn't work, everybody pointed fingers trying to figure out what the problem was. And so they were looking for somebody to do controls, and I volunteered, and I found I had a knack for the controls, and so that kind of got me down this path. And then I worked maintenance. I mean, that's really my background is, when the machine is broken in the middle of the night, I'm the person they call. And so that kind of gave me, as far as making videos on how to troubleshoot something, the reason it looks authentic is because it is. Usually it's because, oh man, this has kept me up at night before.
Yeah, and I said there's a couple of things there. You can, relate to anyone who is kind of stuck in their job. And actually, there's a lot of family businesses like this, too, where, okay, I'm never going to be able to do it as well as you because this is your thing, basically. And then you found your way, and you said, okay, I'm going to take this different path. I'm going to make my own way. And then you mastered it. You learned all the things, because there's no way you can teach somebody if you didn't simplify it enough in your own mind to be able to, you had a lot of trouble that you had to work out. I mean, thanks for all the problems, because it set me up for success. I mean, I think we can go, I could really talk about that, failure to success, right?
Yeah.
The pain for purpose kind of thing. And you've learned all those pain points for the people in the industry, so you can, create this content that people are like, yes, I understand what he's saying, what he's going through, and that's why they are interacting with it, because they can relate to it because it's real. How do you, though, get in front of the camera and just be real? This is you and Amber both it's okay, y'all got it down.
Well, now Amber and I are two different people when it comes to that. People are surprised to find out I'm camera shy. I am terrified of the camera, so it's taken me many years to get to this. Now Amber, you can hit the record button, she's ready to go, and that's just her
So did
style.
she push you into the video
No,
portion?
no, she didn't. She's always been supportive.
Okay.
She's supportive of everything that I've ever tried. But no, really, so really crazy story as far as Amber goes on that is, we were doing the kind of instructional ones. And then I finally had a video that I really put out for a joke that turned out to be successful. But then Amber was out of town, and I was building a control panel, and I had to be close because I had to pick up the kids. And so really that tied me down enough that I hit the record button, and I started talking about how to build panels.
And there was no edit because you had something to do.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, we got to get this done. I'm just going to be my real self. We're not editing this.
Yes.
Well, I think that having somebody that kind of can go alongside you in this, though, is really helpful. And I think the other part is you not being the same is also really important, right?
It is extremely important. And I know she's watching this live stream. I'm going to admit it. It is extremely important that we are different, because so often in business, you can get with a lot of like-minded people and all of a sudden not realize you're getting ready to go off a cliff. And Amber is there usually to keep me in check constantly. Well, why do you want to do that? I'm like, well, it sounds good.
Well, I like the joke part. You're like, I just did this. It was kind of a joke, and then it just took off. Because people really do like to have fun. They like to learn that way. They like to, just be entertained.
Well, and that's where, as far as the camera shyness part goes, that's where it kind of started breaking, because all of a sudden I realized, people don't need a perfect video. They really want to know that you're a real human being that is there to help them. And so, that kind of redefined the way I did videos. Is realistically, it was meant for one person. I think it's about to take over 400,000 views now.
That is amazing. I just can't even imagine that there are 400,000 people that want to the information that they can find it, but they do. And that is what is so remarkable about coming to an event like this and seeing how many people it is, how much they care about their products and their energy, and it's just contagious, really.
Yeah.
So is it the one, the silly one, the joke one? Is that the one that really took off?
Yeah, that is the one that made me realize, one, that there was a need for. Well, honestly, I think it made me realize that there was a need for us to show the human side of our industry. There were plenty. And even then, my videos were dry, and my videos were probably on the fringes as far as being professional. But after that, my videos went completely unprofessional, and unprofessional is probably not the right word, but We don't have to be corporate and strict and perfect. It's okay to make a mistake in a video. A lot of times I'll leave the mistake in and be like, hey, I messed up here, but oh, here's how we fix it. And people comment, they're like, oh, thanks for showing me how to fix it. I've been trying to figure that out.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that human side of things is just what we're trying to do here by telling these manufacturing stories at IMTS. And I remember that I was always nervous to get on the stage, and a peer of mine said, you know what, it's not about you, it's about just tell them what they need to hear. And I think when we get out of our own way and are just ourselves, basically that's what people love. They're like, oh, I can trust them. They're being themselves. And I know they're being themselves, because who would do something like that, right?
Yeah.
And be like so in the zone, you know? And you can really tell the difference when somebody is just genuinely like sharing their passion for something. So really you want people to be able to change jobs, to level up, to because that's part of your background, right? You're said, okay, what can I do to be successful? And you're giving them the tools to do that. So do you have a fun story? Do you know, like, is there somebody that you can share, or a project that you can share? It was like, this really was like, okay, I'm doing some good work here.
I probably can't jump out at a particular one, but I will. Actually, did I tell you that I quit YouTube for a year?
No, tell me more. Tell me more.
Yeah, I almost deleted my channel.
I want to know more.
But really, there is a flip side to YouTube. YouTube can be very hateful, and that side got to me, and so I turned off all notifications and really just walked away from it. And every year, Amber and I look through, what's working, what's not working. And, YouTube came up and it was on the chopping block. It's like, I'm not using this anymore. I see zero value in it. And,
why are we doing this? This is just bringing me down with the comments. Yeah.
So, but I started looking through the comments. And yes, there were plenty of hateful comments. But then I started reading and realizing, people saying, hey, thanks for doing this. Because of this, I look good in front of my boss, and he's sending me to this training, or hey, thank you for telling me how to do this. I think I'm going to go back to school. And all of a sudden, I realized really I'd let a lot of people down by not
responding
and not engaging and not continuing to really nurture their careers. And so, I still get hateful comments, but I wake up every morning, there's always a good comment of somebody who's like, hey, thanks for doing this, because, you made me, usually the ones that really get me is you've made me realize I can do something that I didn't think I could do before then.
Do you know what? That is what it is all about. It is not about those critics that are going to be naysayers and negative. It is about the people that are your tribe that need you, and you're supporting them. And I mean, that is, I know that there's so many people like social media, like, why are we using that? And I put YouTube in social media category. Yeah. We can call it a search engine. That's also true. But if you're sharing information that people need, training videos, educational videos, this is just another resource. And we've talked about this. We talked about the podcast, and we talked about video editing and how important these things are, so that you can create materials that people can actually learn from. So it's the storytelling, just the part of that you were in the industry, that enough is like, okay, he's got cred. Okay, I'm going to listen to him for a minute, and maybe he can help me.
Yeah.
And the part about like leaving and thinking like, okay, this maybe not for me. I remember doing that on Twitter when it came out. I set up the page and everything, and I went back to Twitter, and like some of my customers had DM'd me, messaged me, contacted me, and I hadn't responded because I had kind of just set it up and left.
Yeah.
That's it. When you see that somebody is depending on you in that way, and that's the resource, that's the platform they want to talk to you on, or they want to post a comment, right?
Right.
Then it kind of energized you to get back in there.
It did.
Now, how much time do you spend like actually interacting with the people?
Way more than I should.
So I
you don't want to know how much. And I can't answer every comment question anymore. But I mean, especially if it's students or if it's someone, that really is just trying to better themselves. Yeah, I spend way more time than I should on it.
Yeah. Well, it'd be great if you could have somebody kind of read through and only give you the ones that are needed, right? You don't need any of that negative feedback. But I think also like hearing about problems or being critical of our work, we do that anyway, right?
Yeah.
We're critiquing it all the time. Also, I put that on you. That's something I do. Like, okay, let me see how I can pick apart this interview. I should have done this. I should have looked this way. But to be able to really talk about control panels at the simplest, simplest level, right? We see so many different kinds, like you said. You can walk through any manufacturing plant and see these. Is a major part of what we're doing, and for the whole system to be successful, it needs to work, right? So, is there one challenge that like keeps coming up? Is there something people forget to do? Is there something that, if you just knew this?
Oh, well, can we talk about a challenge at our industry as a whole instead of that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
I mean, because really, back to our other big passion is how do we get youth engaged in our industry? That's really the challenge that I see that really snowballs to the challenge that I see daily in plants because there's not enough skilled technicians. Well, okay, there's not enough skilled technicians because they're all taken right now. And how do you get more people interested to get more people in the industry so that we quit having this?
Well, okay, how do we do that? Well, I know I met you. Me and Megan both knew you. She probably would rather be doing this interview with you because y'all are old friends, but she's on the show floor somewhere. But y'all have that passion for the students and educating them and seeing how we can bring them into the industry and get them to know okay, these are the different career paths that you can go on. This is what is exciting about it. This is what's maybe challenging, but also you learn a lot from going through that.
Yeah.
So how do we do that?
You got to hit them in middle school. I mean, and so I will shout out our awesome employee, Mary Bruce. She, we met her at a local making foundation, and really their goal was to teach kids that you can do things with your hands and start just planting the seeds for a career. And what they found is that by the time you're in high school, you kind of start to have your identity. You kind of know what you're going to do. So we've really got to figure out how to reach them at that age. Megan, I believe she's actually bringing a busload of kids down here. I'm like, that's my next thing is how do we get people to take a school field trip?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. She went back to her hometown, right, and said, hey, let's bring a bus. Let's show them what it is. And the fact that IMTS has a student summit where they can go and explore. And I just saw a mix too on the exhibit floor, and they're watching these things being made. But being able to do that hands-on, interacting with the robot, whatever it is, that challenge that I don't think I can do that, but then here, just try. It's easy. To give that to people at such a young age, it really does inspire them and kind of you're investing in the future while doing that. So as far as, bringing people into the industry at a young age, is this communities have to do this? Does it have to start with the school? How do we engage with the schools?
It is going to be, there is not a single approach that's going to work because, we dump way too much on the schools. And, the schools, they already have a huge job. And, industry has got to really volunteer and really reach out to them. In other words, I see so many plants that are like, well, we donate equipment if they'd actually use it. Well, no, equipment's not that difficult to come by. Really, you got to donate your time. You got to donate your talent. And we've got a ridiculous amount of CNCs out here, but they require material, and material costs money. And it's really easy for a school to get a requisition for a piece of equipment, but then that yearly cost of material
and the teacher, and somebody to interact with that on their behalf. That's where we're looking for support and investment. But industry has to get involved. Call out industry, get involved with bringing in young professionals, students, the next generation of workforce. That's what we're looking for.
And then we got to look at internships and apprenticeships, and really, it's one of the most, and I don't know how it really happened. I know this was wrong. My dad in heaven is laughing right now as I make this statement, but I was working in a tire plant at age 12, and I'm not that old, and I'm sure that is wrong, but I had that exposure to industry and realized I was out there. And the issue is with most of the industry, you got to be 18 to get in. We've got to come up with a way that we can have some type of exposure to the industry before you're 18, because at that point, you're you can change careers. I don't want to say that, but most people have kind of chosen a path.
You know, it's interesting. We have this in common. My dad worked at a tire plant, and we would, at a young age, go and pick him up. And I just remember it was nighttime, and everybody's getting off at the end of the night, and they're scurrying around. And always, it's chicken with the heads cut off. And I'm like, I've never seen a chicken with their head cut off, but that was the saying. And I just thought it was so neat. I guess that stuck with me, and like the fascination of that big building and the lights and everything. So that was under 10. That is when that happened. So probably around 8 years old. And that sets you up for curiosity. Like, what is that? And so all the time when I'm like, how did I get into manufacturing? When did I fall in love? When did this start? I'm like, I can go way back.
Yeah.
You know, and that little influence that maybe had something to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, and, you know, there's so many people, you know, the worst question probably you can get asked if you're out somewhere casually, not industry related, is what do you do for a living?
Right.
And it's like, there's such a disconnect there, and we've got to bridge that disconnect. I mean, that bracelet on your arm was made by a machine, and you know, there's not a magical replicator that's spitting this stuff out. There's a lot of moving pieces, and there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of satisfactory careers inside there making that.
That's right. And I think that's the point, is we need to tell people in our everyday life, in everyday conversation, how amazing manufacturing is. There's so many different jobs. There's so many, and not be afraid to say what we do. I mean, I remember saying, I work in the pump industry, and they're like, and being afraid to be like the pump industry, you know? and so defining that, being okay with it, being proud of it. And so a lot of that's what we're trying to do, is really make sure that people are sharing those stories, being excited to share, even if you think that it's not a very good story. It's going to inspire somebody to be here, and you're that kind of role model for the future. So I want people to be able to follow you, and I want them to be able to, you know, subscribe, because you always got to like and subscribe. And so tell them about your YouTube channel. Tell them how to get in touch with you. What is the best way for them to see you?
As far as YouTube, it's Tim Wilborn, and hopefully you can search for any control panel related thing and find a video on
Well,
me.
now you can with your 400,000 views. I mean, we've got a famous YouTuber in here. There should be, like, you know, the lineup where you have to like sign your picture on the card or whatever. But no, it's fascinating. I love that it was you genuinely being you, bringing that excitement for the work that you were doing, or, you know, just being like, this is what I do, y'all, you know. I haven't seen the original. I need to make sure that I see the original video that you sent out. And I probably have. I'm thinking it was, if it
Oh no, it's
the
old,
most
and
view-
it's definitely not very snappy now.
Okay.
But,
Well,
you
you'll
know,
have
it
to send
is
me. You'll have to
older.
send me the link,
I will.
or we'll all, you know, kind of go into YouTube and search for the original fun video. Tim Wilburn, you have been an inspiration for so many. I know Megan talks highly of you, and I think it is that student focused, you know, let's educate the young people, let's bring in that, you know, future workforce, and just keep doing what you're doing. I think that if I can be on the other side of, you know, I'm really like want to make a perfect video too, and just say, yeah, those are boring. If you create these like fake questions and all of that, like people can see right through that. So you're genuinely giving the information. I think you've proven that, is what I'm trying to say. You've proven that for us manufacturers out there. And I love that I just put myself in the category of manufacturers. I will do that. I am a talented media podcast host today. Background in finance, but definitely not, you know, engineer, operator, maintenance guy, girl. It's amazing to be here with all these remarkable stories that we're telling. So Tim Wilburn, everybody in the house, give them a round of applause out there if you can hear me. I see a couple of hands there. Thank you so much. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me, Charlie.
Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom, 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 let's go boom. Boom.
Oh, hey there. So nice to see you. Welcome to IMTS 2022. You are in store for another fantastic influencer interview with none other than the man himself, James Soto of Industrial Strength Marketing. He's going to be speaking with Hannah and Taylor of Westminster Tools. Let's tune into them now at IMTS 2022 Creators Lounge.
Let's go boom.
Woo! We are in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Hi, my name is James Soto, Industrial Strength Marketing, but I have to tell you, hello IMTS. This is my favorite interview that I've been looking forward to having here at the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. I'm so happy to have something that is a unicorn that every manufacturing company in this place wants. They want a young, inspiring industrial, a young woman in manufacturing who has been apprenticing, who is passionate about this industry. And we have Taylor here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm nervous. I'm giddy over
You're
this.
nervous?
And we also have Anna Coombs, and Anna is with Westminster Tool. And I found them both on LinkedIn at a trade show, and she was walking and talking about their new show, the new podcast, the new video
Track
show.
the Apprentice video series.
Track the Apprentice, and Taylor was walking around like a boss at this show. I think you were still in high school, right?
I was at that time, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So enough of me. I want to hear this great story. So maybe way we can do this, Taylor, is we can have Hannah lead us in and kind of give us the background,
Yeah.
and then we'll lead into your journey. But I have to warn you, she just got kicked by like a cow.
Oh, God.
Like she says I'm into farming and I'm milking cows on the daily. So hey, if you're looking for a tough cookie and a strong woman in manufacturing, well, listen in. Okay, so how did this all happen?
So we found Taylor through CDM Tool and Die. They're a machine shop based in Wisconsin, Hartford, Wisconsin, and they're a member of an industry association called the Society of Plastics Engineers, the Mold Technologies Division. And we had some members come up with an idea of, wouldn't it be great to really find people within our own member companies who can help inspire the next generation of manufacturers? And Stephen from CDM Tool said, "Hey, I have the right person. She's a natural in front of the camera. She's engaged. She's energetic, and we want to, use her as a voice for, to inspire other people." When I met Taylor at PT Expo this year, it was the first series of our video, Track the Apprentice, on LinkedIn, and her and I got a chance to kind of get to know each other a little bit better. Westminster Tool is also a member of the SPE MTD Mold Technologies Division. So when we met at PT Expo, we walked around and we figured, I think that she's got a really cool story to share, and that story is what brings us here.
Oh my goodness! Well, welcome.
Thanks.
How's your journey been since first meeting Hannah and Track the Apprentice and
It's been awesome. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, it's just learning different things, learning all about the manufacturing field, everything else in the oblivion, what we can all make and create, and everything else is just amazing.
You have some credentials now. So what did it like? So I started doing this, and then this happened, and then that happened, and then I'm this now, and this is where I'm at. So where did it all start? And what were kind of like those steps along the way, and like that you took, and all the credentials that are starting to add
So
up?
in high school, my school had a nice program. So it's called Youth Apprenticeship. So it's before a regular apprenticeship.
before you would go into your job on a daily, 8 hours a day, you know, like usual.
Yeah.
So before you would do that, you would go to school like half the day, and then I left school, went to work. Then I learned everything I needed at work. So that's what I started doing. I just asked one of the people at my school, I'm like, hey, how do I do youth apprenticeship? How do I do an apprenticeship? I want to leave school. I want to go to work.
Not a bad change up from the normal classroom, right?
Yeah, and I get to get out and I don't have to sit in a classroom all day, like so bored out of my mind. Yeah, so
you
started in high school.
Okay, so you start by saying, I want to get to work. You know how many people want to hear that, like just from anyone?
Yeah.
To be able to be hands-on, I mean, and try and learning something new every single day. You know, that's what manufacturers do.
Oh my goodness! So you got into this program, and it's a pretty like strong program, right? It's really distinctive and unique.
Yeah.
Right?
So I was told that any company can just sign some papers to do apprenticeships, and you give it back to the school, and you can have students going to your work at doing an apprenticeship.
Wow.
Working for you.
That's awesome. Now, how have you been dialed into this through the association, and how are these dots connecting in terms of?
So I think that, you know, Taylor's experience as a young high school student trying to figure out what she wanted in her career, I think that there's a lot of parts of your story that are really, they really resonate with thousands of other students in the country who are also looking to decide their careers.
Yep.
But I think what makes Taylor's story so unique is that she was able to kind of recognize really early on, I want to do this, and I also want to tell other people about my experiences while I'm doing it. She had this really natural inclination to share, and that's unique. So we wanted to, through SPE, we saw this as an opportunity to not only provide Taylor with opportunities to come to shows like IMTS and PT Expo to expose her to new technology, but also for her to share her story and inspire others.
Oh my goodness! And you're really good at it.
And she's really good at it.
Oh my
she's very
goodness.
good at it. Yeah.
So and how do you feel about like you're like just this bond? Like tell me about the bond between. Are you BFFs?
Yes.
Texting.
We've got along really well.
Following you on Insta.
We've
what's happening?
We've gotten a chance to, especially through promoting it on social media, we've had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah.
So we've gotten to know each other really well. But I have to tell you, as also a young woman in manufacturing, trying to inspire others about what makes my job so fulfilling and the things that I'm passionate about, for me to be able to see that in Taylor, and not only her, passion for the work that she does, but her willingness to get outside of the company and for advocacy. I mean, that's just something that makes me so excited about the future, because that's what I want. I want to see more women in CNC machining. I want to see more women in job shops, in manufacturing and industrial roles, in STEM all over the country.
The way people can relate, Taylor, is like when they see people just like themselves.
Yep.
And so having Hannah, who have been some of the women that you've been working with that, and exposed to in this process that, have inspired you along the way?
We talking in the shop or out of the shop?
Anywhere,
Yeah,
anywhere.
you mentioned a little bit about your family.
Oh yeah,
your family.
My family's
influence.
really big on like trade jobs, just in general. So we're really hardworking. So I just grew up.
Oh
like
my!
That.
I love your family, and I haven't even met them.
Yeah, a lot
They're
of
wonderful.
Yeah, I remember in the first video, which you can watch on LinkedIn for the first video of the Track the Apprentice series, you shared a lot about how when you were first thinking of something industrial that you wanted to do, it was your family that really inspired and encouraged you to look at even a trade school before the apprenticeship program.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because I've heard I was like, college is like a lot. And then bunch of my family members, a bunch of my cousins and stuff, they do apprenticeships so that they can earn money. And then trade schools just in general are cheaper, and you can get all your education there that you need for your job. So.
Oh my goodness! So what did you study? Like, how did the study track? How's that going? And like where's your track?
So in high school, I did how many machining classes? Probably 2 machining classes. I started off with doing wood products. So I made like a wooden stool, I made a clipboard, there's a bunch of other things I made. But I started off doing wood, and then I was like, oh, there's a whole bunch of other sections here. So I took the first auto class, so cars.
Yeah.
I didn't learn much from that, but it's okay.
Not
I'll
into
learn
cars.
sometime.
Totally not into them.
It's okay. I like cars. It's fun to learn about, for sure. And then I saw the metal side of the shop, and I was like, this is cool. What do you make here? And he's like, well, there can be molds, or there can be like parts for cars or for anything in the world.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, how do I make this? I pick up my pen. He's like, well, that's a mold because that's plastic. And I was like, okay, start it up. Where are we going next? So now I'm in college. I do 1 day a week. I go to school and I learn about blueprint reading. I learn about 2D CAD, so design.
Yeah.
I learn about machining technologies. And I take a math class as well. I'm going to be taking so many more classes in the next 2 years that I'm going to have a lot of knowledge. I'm excited.
I'm just going to shed a little tear for manufacturing. Tear of joy. We have a young woman in manufacturing loving machining and mold making. Yes, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here, totally.
So let's all look out here on the floor. Let's look out here on the floor. Calling all manufacturers. We have a young woman in manufacturing who loves machining. She's a freshman. I know every single one of you are recruiting. But
every single.
So Taylor, can you give the bad news?
I think CDM will come after me. So she's off the market, fellas.
Yeah.
She's not on the market.
You are a unicorn, and we want more unicorns. We want a whole just prairie full of them. You know. So
We really wanted in the video series. We wanted to be able to not just show about kind of what drew you to the industry, but also like the challenges and the complexity of the stuff that you do. I think there's still a lot of misconceptions about manufacturing out there, certainly as a career choice. So I think that one of the things that in trying to ask you questions for the video, one of the things that I wanted to do was to reflect on the complexity, that this is a challenging industry. It's hands-on, it's not easy, but it gives you an opportunity to learn and tackle real challenges, different challenges, sometimes every single day.
Yep.
So
I feel that.
So what do you want to be when you grow up? You're young in your career, and I still say that myself, as an old timer here. So what do you really what do you see in your mind's eye for yourself? And I know I'm getting there when.
Everything. I want to be one of everything.
Oh my goodness.
In my life.
Oh my goodness. I think that's a good aspiration, and the good thing is you have a lot of time.
Yeah.
So you can make those things happen. That's
Started
wonderful.
early so I can be one of everything. Every 4 years or every 8 years.
Yep.
You know?
And so where do you see yourself specifically in manufacturing? So if you're in a manufacturing business, anything from the shop floor, to the executive suite, what do you see yourself doing, and what are some of the steps you can envision yourself? What are the things that excite you about manufacturing? That's what I want to do. As you learn more and more.
Yeah.
What do you see?
So, I don't even know how to explain it. So I want to do hands-on stuff. So shop floor, I want to do that. But
I'm crying again.
But I also see the owner of our company. He goes to so many things and he talks to so many people, and he's he's all over the place, and he's talking about who he's talking to, and it's just they're so impressed with our company, and they like all you guys that do all your hard work, and I'm I love that connection. It's so nice.
So how do they treat you there at the establishment there?
Treat me amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, we were joking around. She was talking about how she feels spoiled to be able to come to events like this, to be able to get outside of the machine shop and see everything that's out there. That's one of my favorite parts about getting outside of the job, is to be able to come to events like this.
Right.
So I guess we need to start you off early on something, because there's going to be people that look at you right now that they're looking at you and they're going to be inspired. They're going to listen to you and they're going to be inspired. You know, based on where you are in your journey and you think back to like when this first started, what would you tell that other young woman, you know, about, you know, to inspire them? And what would you want them to know as a junior or sophomore or senior in high school?
Go for it.
Yes.
Just go for it.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
whatever you want to do, just ask for help and then go with it.
Oh my goodness.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah.
I'm gonna we're gonna get done. I'm just gonna break down and cry in years of joy. This is
Yeah.
fantastic. So let's talk a little bit about the apprentice. You know, follow the apprentice, right?
Yeah.
So or track.
Track the Apprentice series.
Follow
Yeah.
is like so social.
Yeah.
So track the apprentice. So let's talk a little bit about the series and the experience there. So
Yeah,
kick us off on that.
so the video series really came about of a lot of what manufacturing is about is movement. You know, we are operating machines, we are moving cutting tools, we are setting up parts, we're doing design, there's software. So there's so much movement in what we do in manufacturing that we wanted to capture that on video. We also wanted to capture Taylor's spirit and her personality. So in the first video, it's going to be a multi-part series. We're going to track her apprenticeship through over the course of the next 4 years. We're going to do incremental updates on LinkedIn on the Society of Plastics
I'm gonna be
Engineers
so
Mold
old.
Technologies Division LinkedIn. So if you go to LinkedIn, you're going to be able to get updates of Taylor's journey in real time.
For 4 years?
Yeah.
I'm going to be so old by then.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I am going to be such a fanboy. I am totally following on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
No YouTube. Get it on YouTube there too.
Yeah, so we the idea is that we really want to use our platform that we have. We have, you know, we're building a really great audience, especially, you know, the mold making industry specifically is very niche. A lot of Taylor's experiences and what she's learning, right now, a lot of it's general. But we really think that some of the technical work that she's doing in the mold making industry specifically, you know, there's not really a lot of video content out there that shows the kind of experiences that you're going to have as it gets more complicated. So I specifically think for the mold making industry, you know, there's a little bit of trailblazing going on.
Yes, that's fantastic. I don't know if you've met this person, Christina Fuges.
Oh, Christina.
Mold making
Taylor.
technology.
Yeah, with Christina.
I think I passed by her once.
You need to meet
Yeah.
Christina Fuges. I think she's going to try to stop by.
Yeah, the
and
queen of mold
Maybe we'll
making.
do a repeat here, and
Yeah.
we'll have the 3 young generations, Christina, of mold makers. And I interviewed her on a segment in the Industrial Sync Marketing podcast focused on the women in the marketing and telling the stories of manufacturing. And she tells her story. And I think it would be wonderful for you both to reconnect
Yeah.
and tell these stories. And I think she'll shed a tear too, because we talked about her story and it was different and it was more challenging. But she is the light of mold making,
Yep.
you know, technology, you know, magazine. She is the voice of it. And I think she's perhaps the most known person I know in the
Yeah.
industry. So there's just the sky is the limit. Congratulations on your journey.
Yeah.
It's so wonderful. I am so inspired because I just believe in the power and the potential of women in manufacturing to change the world for the better.
Mhm.
And I hope you have fun. You do amazing work. And you can help others. Like, you know, I know you're just loving this too, Hannah.
I am. This is the fun part of my job. I mean,
Yeah.
just to even be able to kind of share in this with you, to be a part of it, to be able to ask you questions about your experience has been just an absolute joy for me.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful. I think you guys are doing fantastic work. So, is there anything else? So I know you guys said we talked a little bit before. What else did you guys come up with in your minds to talk about?
We do have a few themes that we have in mind. We talked about that. So when we talk about the videos that we want to share about her journey, we talked about certain themes and certain aspects of what we want to cover with our time together. The first one that we did in our first series was really to introduce Taylor and introduce how she got interested in the industry. But I think we are going to be filming the second video here at IMTS, which is going to to be released in October for Manufacturing Month. And that video, that theme is really going to be about exposure to new technology. So I think that there's no better theme to talk about her experiences in her apprenticeship than that exposure than filming it here at IMTS.
What do you think about that?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, can I come?
I mean, there's so much on
Can
the
I
floor.
hang out with you guys? Now it's just the coolest two people out there here. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
This is part of a wonderful story in the making. And what we will make sure to do is get you some of this B-roll from this conversation. Maybe you guys can use it to be part of this experience you're having here at IMTS. Last question. What is your impression of the biggest show out there, IMTS, so far?
Oh my gosh, it's huge. There's so much here that I don't know what half of it is even. Yeah.
Yeah, there's not enough time. There's never
enough time to look
here
at
for
everything.
Yeah.
Bed Bath & Beyond, if there's time.
Oh my.
So on that note, I want to thank both of you for joining us, the heart and spirit, your enthusiasm and energy, and just determination to go to work. So thanks for being on the show here with us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, even just to be able to share the story and get the word out. I loved being here with you, so this is great.
So I have a little rule. If we've met and we've laughed together, or at least met 2 times, we're officially friends.
Okay.
So if you ever need anything, and we're in your corner, we really want to wish you the best. So on that note, we're going to wrap up our session. And thanks for joining us at the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Have a great one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
We have all week.
All right, let's do it. We did.
Oh, I'm on. We're live. Yes, we are live because we're always creators. I am here with some fantastic new friends, Chris Brannicky and Haley Hopt from IQ Manufacturing. We've been chilling. We've been chatting. We've been lounging. Oh, you guys coming to the pizza party tonight? You better come to the pizza party tonight. It's going to be free pizza. So, I was talking with Chris. We were talking about your favorite moment from today. So, Chris, what you grab the mic, tell the people.
I suppose my favorite moment about the whole show is just how bad salespeople actually are. I stand in front of machines, I own a machine shop, and people just ghost me. I don't know if it's because of my age or what, but they'll stand there, they'll all be BSing with their friends, there'll be 4 sales guys doing nothing, and somebody paid millions of dollars for all this to happen, and they're just not talking to people they can sell machines to. And it's hilarious, because I'm going to go 2 booths over tomorrow and buy a machine. So, like, they could sell a machine today, but no one wants to say hi even. And it's kind of amazing, because somebody invested a tremendous amount of money into this for this to happen.
How did it feel to be able to say that out loud on a microphone?
Oh, pretty good.
I love it so much. Creativity is about honesty and communication. It doesn't get more honest than that, friends. Haley, what are your favorite moments from today or yesterday that made you go, ooh?
I would say just seeing all this awesome machinery in person and being able to meet the people that I talk to online all the time in person at the show. And this show is so big. I underestimated it, so it's amazing to see in person.
I believe we're expecting like 90,000 participants over the 5 days. So we thank you so much. It was so nice to chill and chat and chill. Hopefully to see you at the pizza party. But now we're going to send them in there to talk with the man himself, James Soto. Enjoy.
Let's go boom.
You are in the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. I am very, very excited to introduce you to two wonderful industrials. You know, by definition, literally by definition, if you look up the definition of industrial, one of them is a person engaged in industry. So you literally can be an industrial. So, Haley, you're an industrial. Welcome to the crew. And Chris Branicki, IQ Manufacturing.
Yes.
We found you having looked through the responses we had to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge, and we came across Haley, who put a post up, and it blew up. I mean, how many views, how many followers you have, and we really saw someone that was passionate about communicating on social media and leveraging it. And, you know, when we get to know somebody, we kind of follow them a little bit. And we ran across your first video, Haley, when you were just recording a video and saying, hey, we're going to start this social thing. So what I'd love to do is just to get to know you guys a little bit and just to tell us a little bit about the company and, you know, its background, Chris. And then Haley will talk a little bit about your journey as a, you know, as a creator, as someone who's building influence for the company. And then we'll talk in roundabout about, you know, how did that come to be? How, like, even getting into that position is challenging, you know, for a manufacturer to say, hey, we're going to leverage social media. So Chris, tell us a little bit about the company and what makes you guys great and what led to Haley joining you.
We started like 7 years ago. We had one machine in a barn. It's me and my business partner. I've been in manufacturing my whole life. I'm a fourth generation shop rat. My great grandfather, one was a machinist, one was a welder. My grandfather owned a tool and die shop. My dad's a tool and die maker. This is kind of what I was going to do. But I went to start a shop. My buddy joined me, Kelly, and you know, we started out super small and humble. Let's just say that to start the least. We were in a barn, and you know, we've grown. We've had 5 out of 7 years, 100% growth. We've since moved facilities twice. Now we're in 30,000 square feet. We have 25 employees. We have 17 CNCs. We do work in all different industries. We're AS 9100, ISO 9001, 800-171 cybersecurity compliant, ITAR. So we have all certifications, all these different industries. We're very diverse. We do multi-axis work like live tooling, millet for our lathes, and 5-axis work. So we've grown a lot. We've grown exponentially. We hopefully can keep that going. But a few years ago, we've talked about it is, you know, we're a little bit younger on the shop owner side of things. So we feel there's a big gap with the older guys. They don't understand the social stuff. And all the, like, I see my kids and I see younger people, they live on their phones. That's real world. Social's real world. And we talked about, hey, we need to get somebody to represent us in that space. And we actually hired Haley for a different reason. She was actually going to do like more admin stuff. And then we started talking to her, and she has a graphics design degree, and she has a lot. She has a lot of skill sets that make her a good candidate. Photography degree, so she's like, you know, can do a lot of different stuff that would like tie real in. And then she's very personable, and everybody likes her. So then like, hey, we'll try this out, and then it kind of just took off from there.
Wow, and that's great because it's, you know, it's sometimes social media and marketing and isn't an intangible, right?
Yeah.
And so having that mindset to know and the instincts to know that,
Mhm.
hey, that's another channel for you. That's why we're doing this, you know,
Yeah.
the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. So, Haley, how did this journey start from your point of view? So you joined for another reason, and then like, how did it all start? So what led to that first video that you put out there?
So I got hired at IQ in April of 2021, and I was, like you said, supposed to be like an administrative assistant. So I was supposed to help with like the bills and like reports and stuff like that. And then I think it was like June of that same year, you wanted like
June 14th, the video went live. I looked.
Oh, you've looked. Oh. That's great. Yeah, but June that year, they started talking more about wanting to push for that, like advertising online and on LinkedIn. And I think I had a conversation with you, and you were like, let's do like some type of video about how we got started. And so with Chris and Kelly, we formed some type of like script, and I went through and like said certain things about it and formed that YouTube video. And yeah, that's.
So part of it came, but my business partner has a strong marketing background. Kelly has a real strong marketing background. He had previous tech companies he had owned.
Okay.
So, and he did real well in the marketing space. So he had a plan to help roll that out in the beginning. And then since then, we collaborate as a team. But Haley drives a lot of it. She really does. She drives the bulk of it. I mean, we really don't waste a bunch of our time, which is great as owners. Like, hey, your marketing person's handling. She doesn't have to send stuff in for review and whatever. We trust her immensely. She, she represents us great.
Yep. So, so you start doing that. You're now more and more having that, that trust and the resources, right?
Yeah.
And and even the autonomy to put out content on behalf of a company you work really hard to create. You know. And so, tell me about that journey now from the that first step to where you felt like you were getting traction. And because you're getting a lot of eyeballs on social media.
The Black Rifle coffee thing?
Oh yeah, I did a giveaway at like 6,000 followers, and I was wearing a hat from a company, Black Rifle Coffee Company, I think.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even at work that day, if we're being honest, and I still posted it, and it blew up. Like by 10:30 that day, it was already at like 40,000 views.
Wow.
So it's just like it's grown a lot.
Like in 2 days, they had like 75,000 views.
Right.
Wow.
But it wasn't like it started like I started doing more marketing in June, I think it was, and that didn't happen until like March. So it wasn't like snap my fingers and I started getting a bunch of views. It was definitely a lot of work to put into that.
So you've worked it, you've got some traction. Your posts get on average a lot of traffic.
Oh yeah, she gets I would say, a couple 100,000 views a month, or is that like light?
It tracks it every 90 days.
Oh,
so.
yeah, it's hard to say. I think she's had like 2 or 3 million views so far this year, so she gets a lot of traction.
Yeah.
So as you look at this journey and where you are in terms of posting, there's posting and views, but as you really looked at yourself as like a creator, and what has been now more of the narrative, like what are like those pillars or those threads that you're following, and what are you posting and why? When you think about what you do every day, and what are you trying to get out there that you feel like is so important to share?
My main goal is to just get more word out about IQ. I just want everyone to know who we are, right? We started with 94 followers on our company LinkedIn page, and now we're at what?
3,000 or something.
Yeah,
close,
almost 3,000. So
like
I just want people to know who we are and know what we do, and then the industry itself. I didn't even know this was an industry like 4 years ago. So it's really cool to be here and learn it, and then spread that information to everybody else.
And have you seen any tangible opportunities and awareness pop up as a result of these efforts?
Absolutely. We've to start on the obvious end, we've gotten customers out of it. Now when we go to hire people, they know who we are ahead of time, and some are super excited to even meet her on the interview. They'll stop. They go to shake my hand. They want to meet her before they even meet the potential boss to get hired. It's kind of funny, but there's that. And then we do a lot of cross collaboration, cross marketing with people now. She generates so much activity now that people want us to try stuff for them. So we've done some of that. We did some stuff with AeroX, and we've done stuff with is it
PL Schmidt.
PL Schmidt. They're a tool maker in Michigan,
company.
Small tool company. Okay. They make great tooling. We do stuff with them, and we have a couple other companies we work with. We do stuff with some of the Herco guys. We've done a lot of collaboration videos, and we're doing a bunch more collaboration videos with Herco because they've seen our marketing and how that works. They're we want it. You're good. Let's
get some awareness.
Get some more awareness, yeah. And we really like some of their machine tools, so it's it works perfect. And it's kind of weird how it just kind of takes off and goes in weird ways. And then now she's meeting people that do similar roles at different companies, and then that's network. It's just exponentially grows.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we've been seeing what you're doing, and you're doing a really good job. I'm very fortunate to be part of one of the larger industrial-focused marketing agencies here in North America.
Yeah.
And just I know good work, and we know good work when we see it. And I think you're doing fantastic work. So as you look at the evolution of your social media, have you thought about launching your own channels or a podcast or YouTube?
We've talked about YouTube stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of that, it's a big time commitment. But
It
yes,
sure is.
YouTube would definitely be something we'd be interested in doing more. And we've talked about a lot. My business partners talked about we should definitely do more live content and stuff. but that's just like down the road. You got to take it one step at a time. We want to make sure that our LinkedIn stuff's being done properly before we expand.
Like
You
it.
grow too fast, and then stuff gets sloppy.
We talked a little bit before we started about like Kaizen, right?
Yeah.
That continuous improvement, one small step at a time, and then you can go from one step to the next. And you're already seeing some traction with awareness
Yes.
and collaborations with other businesses because they're noticing that you're getting attention, and even, you know, people being interested in working with your company because they already know Haley, right? So
Yeah, walking around here, it's amazing how many strangers walk up and like, oh, hi, Haley, you're doing a great job. And it's like, you know, it's like, who's that?
Wow.
No idea. But
and that's how we found you. Like
Yeah.
we same story, and it's so much fun. So it's got to be fun for you. Like,
It is fun. I absolutely love my job, and I love the company, so it's incredible.
Oh my goodness, that sounds like a blast. So I think I prepped you for this. How did Hat Girl start?
Oh, it's actually a funny story. So, like I said, I started there in April 2021, and by June we wanted to like push the marketing. So I started to market myself with the company as well as brand for the company. And I remember like one of my first posts was in a hat, and it wasn't manufacturing related. It was like my gym hat or something like that. And there was quite a bit of interaction on it. And at this time, we were looking at a machine to buy, I think. And there was like 3 or 4 possible contenders. I don't even know.
Yeah.
But the next day after I posted that first hat photo, our Gerotech sales guy, Mark Regato, comes by with a hat. He's like, hey.
Haas salesman.
And he's like, hey, I saw your photo with your hat, so I brought one by. And I was like, oh, this is cool. So the next day after I got that, I posted a photo in that Haas hat. And then like 3 hours after posting that photo, someone from Dynamic Machine, Dave Hope, who's actually here in the DN Solutions booth,
Yeah.
he was like, so you're Hat Girl? And I was like, I guess I am. I guess I'm Hat Girl. And he dropped off a hat. And then it was like a week after that, I think Steve Skura's with Merrifield comes by with 2 Eurotech hats.
Yes.
And I posted both photos, and I was like, which one do you guys like? On LinkedIn, and people were just interacting with it. And I was like, okay, this is the thing. I'm just rolling with it.
Yeah. So sales, yes, she just ran with it.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like, you know she's rocking it. Come on.
No, it was great. It was great. She's very good.
You know, she's like bringing the business, you know, like
Yeah.
highly valuable employee.
I can't take all the credit.
You know,
Yeah.
team member. She's building the brand.
She's aware. She's told every day.
Oh, so yeah. So now that you have a superstar, how's that making you feel? You know?
Oh, it's great because I go everywhere. Everybody knows my company, but no one knows who I am, so it's perfect.
So you get to be like the man
Yeah.
behind the scene. You're Oz behind the curtain.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
the Wizard
Taller,
of Oz.
but yeah.
So yes, so we got you to smile. We got you to smile, Chris. We've been working on that the whole time. IMTS, calling
laughing out
IMTS.
there.
Chris Branicki smiled. Yeah, so it's like there's you know
Yes,
Chris.
They know him, yeah.
That's my business partner right there.
Wow,
Rob
we
Kelly.
got him to smile. Like, look at like finally.
Yes.
Smiling in IMTS, you can have the B-roll of this footage. It's been documented. The man does smile. So, calling all IMTS. Who has a hat for Haley? 100,000 views for your brand. Bring your
see,
hat.
there he
First,
goes.
you've got 10 minutes. Bring a hat. Haas, you don't count. You already gave her one. Okay? But anyone else coming in, please come to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge booth, 338-600. Haley is an influencer. She is driving big-time awareness. So as you look at this journey and you think about yourselves as creators, because you're creating original manufacturing content, and I've seen that you're getting in, I'd love to talk to you about your apprentice and that journey that you've documented. That inspired me. And I got a little worried because I saw her like working inside a machine that was like down for maintenance. So I think it was a peekaboo inside of a machine tool. Am I supposed to say that?
No,
Is
she's
that
fine.
Was that okay? It was
I mean, it
unplugged,
went on the
right?
internet, so.
Yeah, it's unplugged.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about that apprentice journey and like then your connection with like documenting
Well,
that.
basically, me and my business partner both agree on this. Like, I mean, capitalism is a great system, and that's kind of my religion, capitalism. But like, business owners have a societal responsibility to contribute back to society. And I mean, the old school model was like, hey, you supported the local community and whatever as a business, and not so much shareholder capitalism, which is all about just the money and not actually about what you're contributing. And one of the things that's like died off the last 40 years since shareholder capitalism's come around is that like all the apprenticeships and long-term talent development went away. Like in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, all of that talent was built up by mainly the big three in our area, but like developing people's skills for the long term. And that went away starting in the 80s and 90s. So once we were in a position where we could afford to do that, we got set up with the the federal government. So we have a formal apprenticeship program with the Department of Labor. And then we tried hiring a few people. The first guy or two didn't work out. They couldn't tell time. And then we interviewed Anna, and she was like, I'm just looking for a change. She's like, I like to do stuff with my hands. I want to be active. I've had office jobs, and I didn't like it. So I was like, I literally said to her, I was like, this is something you really want to do with your life? Yeah? Okay, you're hired. And she was like shocked. I go, well, you're coming in with no skill set. So it's like...
You're a softie.
Yeah.
You are a softie.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. So you have someone coming on board. She's joined you, and then she's gone through this apprenticeship. So how do you take that into the future? Is this like a future initiative?
Yeah,
to
there's also
socially get the word out to.
Yeah, there's some of that, and then also like we've looked at it, and like everybody will talk about it here. Like everybody here will talk about labor shortages, but most of them won't do anything about it. We're a little company. We have an apprenticeship. We have big companies tell us, yeah, we'd love to have a formal apprenticeship program, but we don't have the money. It's like, you're a $40 million company. How do you not have the money? It's a couple thousand a year to have an apprentice.
Man, small business laying the smackdown.
And then the weird part is, okay, there's no talent. There's no talent. Everybody whines about that. Well, stop hiring from only like the certain pool. So we interviewed on that interview, like I strategically picked a bunch of women because we feel that like, hey, this is an underappreciated asset. Like there's got to be lots of women that like doing stuff with their hands. Our shop's super modern, clean, well lit. It's not the old school like dungeon that people think about. It's not, and even CNC work's not that manual of a job anymore anyway. So it's like, I don't know why fish in the same pond everybody else is fishing in. So like and if I'm gonna invest in somebody, I want to invest in people that, are really looking for a career.
Yeah.
Not just like, hey, I'm looking for a job for the next 10 minutes. Because we have people apply, and you see they've worked 20 different jobs in the last 10 years, and they're 26 years old, and it's like they're not really. You can tell they're not serious about like the commitment of 3 or 4 years of schooling, all the different training, the 8,000 hours they got to put in, and and Anna, to her credit, has been very committed. She's a great worker. She does exactly what I ask her to do. She never complains. And then after a few weeks, we decided to Haley's like, I think we should put a post up with Anna. She put a post up, and the first post got like 50,000 views.
More.
Oh, that's what took you over the edge with me.
Yes,
because we were following, like, I think we should really consider talking to Haley, and again, you are a softie. Like
well,
you really
that credit's her. It was her idea.
Yeah, you wanted to bring in folks, but you really care about elevating women in manufacturing and seeing the opportunity, and because you have to be intentional by where you look.
Yeah, but if you look around the last few years, and I think COVID exposed this, like our manufacturing base being eroded the last 50 years, it's put us at a vulnerable position. It's national security. We can't do anything. We can't make anything. Everything's got to get shipped in from Asia. It's because, well, we haven't tried to encourage people to come into manufacturing. And if you only sell to 49% of the population, how are you going to? I mean, there's so much talent. Warren Buffett says it the best. It's amazing how much success the U.S. has had and not really developed women's true talents.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think there's a lot of folks are going to hear that, and they're going to be very pleased to hear that.
I mean, even last night we were talking. We went to the Women's in Manufacturing event, and I actually talked to her. It's like, you go to these events and you're trying to be encouraging, and you think yourself you're doing good, but then you're sitting there, and I'm like, well, am I really doing everything I can to help women? And then you're like, then I thought about it. I was like, well, I'm a shop owner. I can send work. So it's like, we're targeting right now, like, okay, I want to find women-owned shops I can send work to for outsource and overflow work to help them get their foot up. So it's like, because you evaluate yourself. If you're rough on yourself, like, am I really doing everything that can? You talk the talk, but if you actually do it, but
I'm gonna cry. So how do you feel about this guy?
Chris and Kelly, his business partner, are probably the most supportive people I've ever worked for. And it's not just because I'm a woman. They support every single one of us who are in that shop. So it's just, I love working for them. It's amazing.
And what do you think, so as you think about yourself as now a woman in manufacturing, working in a manufacturing business, what is it you see that you can do with your platform, beyond developing business for the shop? But what do you think? What are the things in your head right now that you think you can do and bring to the table?
I just talk about it. I'm younger, so I like to let other people my age know what's out there for us, especially in this industry. I'm definitely not the girl who's going to be in the shop cleaning up the chips like our apprentice. She's awesome, but there's so many positions in this field that you can find as a woman.
So let me ask you a question. Have you been following any women in manufacturing? Any influencers? Anyone on the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge crew?
I follow Megan, and I don't think I ever say her last name right, but Zimbia. I
Zimba,
follow
yep.
her. She's awesome. And then Lauren Liddell's here as well, and there's Emily Wilkins. I follow all of them.
What about Charlie Matthews?
Charlie, yeah, I met her last night.
What do you think about Charlie?
She's awesome.
Hey, Charlie, come on in. Charlie, come on in. Charlie Matthews, welcome to the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge. Here we go. What do you think about this story here?
Well, I was excited. Should I have a mic?
It's the yellow mic.
I was so excited to catch your segment. And so I was over there like, what is she going to say? And then you're talking empowering women in the industry and what the different jobs are. So you inspire me.
Aw.
So it's not just me, you looking to me. I'm looking to you as a leader as well and to be inspired. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. So what do you think about this guy, what he had to say?
I know. Well, actually, I didn't hear all yours. I'm going to have to go back. So I
That's okay.
came in. But tell me, can you tell me just a little refresh?
Oh, last night we were at the event, and I told Haley, well, one of the things that came up is like, there was a round of applause for the men that are supporting, and it's like, well, am I really doing everything I can to help women? And my thought was, well, not really, because I could be sending work to them. I have the power of the purse string to decide who gets jobs. So I told her last night, I want you to make a strategic decision, let's try and get more women-owned vendors. So then
the real work is happening.
Yeah.
That's real work.
Yeah, because it's like, well, am I doing everything I can? It's one of those things. It's like, oh, not really. Not really.
Well,
Once you think about
we all aren't doing enough, right? We all can say that.
Yeah.
We all can look for that. But the fact that you're even thinking about whether you're doing enough, that is where we're at.
Well, that's one thing a lot of people confuse, because I'm kind of a big meathead, and guys are like, why are you going to this women's event and stuff? And it's like, well, okay, when I went into business, my mom gave me a big lecture about not treating people poorly. She's like, don't be one of these business owners that treats her employees bad. Because my mom always had menial jobs and not great jobs. And she's always worked very hard, been a good worker, but she's had a lot of bad bosses. She's like, don't be that person. Don't treat the women disrespectfully. Don't be mean to, people that can't help stuff and stuff like that. Because I can be kind of a T-Rex, actually. But
hey, we need to know how to deal with that. You know what? We need to know how to deal with. And I'm sorry, am I still in the segment here?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No.
But basically, if you don't interact with us as a human, then we're not going to know how to deal with that in the real world.
No, that's a running
right?
that's a running joke at the shop, is because my sister works at our company part-time, and she'll say man, you talk to her just like you're talking to guys. And it's not always PC language. I'm like, yeah, but isn't that how she wants to be treated? She's the apprentice. That's a big mess, and we have to fix that. So
Do we need to get you some earmuffs around your office?
Yeah.
Earmuffs.
I just love it.
Earmuffs.
Earmuffs.
It's Chris. Chris is getting Chris mode.
Yeah.
T-Rex mode.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't hear anything.
Well, I grew up with brothers, and so I always like to be treated not tiptoed around, I guess is
Yes.
what. And so if you are not being yourself, and I know what you're like, then I'm gonna be like, why are you treating me like that?
That's one of the reasons Haley's done so well. She's she's not affected by very much. She's not frazzled by her environment and stuff. So if guys start talking in a little rougher way, she's not fazed by it. You know what I mean? She's just like, yeah, whatever. She's easygoing. She's been around a lot of guys. So it's like, some women have a hard time succeeding in that. It's not always fair for the woman, but it is a fact. It's like
So on this note, Chris, we're just gonna relax a little bit. We're gonna sit back, and we're gonna let Charlie and Haley let them
We're gonna
run the
rip?
show here. So,
All right, Haley, what you wanna do?
let's give them the platform.
Oh, God.
Okay, I can start. Well, I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. He's kind of set me up there. Yes, we can handle it. Yes, we're tough. Yes, we're awesome. But should we have to be all the time, right? Should the timid girl in the space not be successful because there was bad environment? So I'm not saying that's in your spot. I'm just saying to be mindful of it. I'm curious because you said you're a little more timid. I didn't know that. Also, online, you never know how tall somebody is.
I know.
You know?
I
And
know.
so anyway.
I'm hoping you thought I was
What do
taller.
you think about that as far as how can we make people more confident no matter what the situation? Is that really what we're trying to do, or is it to change the situation?
What do you mean?
Like change the environment, to make the environment better, or do we have to just become more confident within that situation?
I would say a little bit of both. I don't really know how to answer that because I'm just used to it. I'll be put in a situation, I'll find a way to navigate through, even if I don't necessarily agree.
Well, I'm
or
curious
disagree.
why do you think you're so successful in doing that?
In doing that?
Yeah, just being able to navigate.
Just life. You figure it out, right?
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, that's really it. I mean, a lot of people who are in this space are go-getters. They're, there's a different dynamic for a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space, okay? And I don't want just because it's their passion that they have to be in, an environment that's unkind. So part of my mission is to make sure that we are making it safe, making it a more inviting, environment, and at the same time making women confident enough to say like, hey, that isn't right. Hey, did you ever think about this? Maybe we should ask it this way, and just be able to communicate that better so that we make a little changes. And I'll tell you that your support and kind of your example is going to change that for even your environment. Even the person that, like you're talking about earlier, that may be having to pick up something, hey, it has to be done. I like to say this example. When I was, a mom and I had babies and I need a diaper, I'm like, get me a diaper. I didn't say, please, will you go get me a diaper? But my husband would have liked it if I said, will you please go get me a diper?
Yeah.
It would have made him want to do it even more, right? And so it's just a little change in the communication, the way we communicate. And then it's also the understanding on the other side. I have to know that my husband would actually like me to say that nicer and that he has value in the situation. So can we relate that to work somehow? I don't like relating husband and wife to work because it's a completely different space, right? We aren't supposed to do the same
One of the
thing.
things I've tried to do is like when I first hired her and I like kind of started working with her on stuff, because when we first put her out there, we're exposing her and we feel responsible for her. So like
Papa Bear.
Yeah, well, you got to defend your turf because she's representing her company, but B, people try and challenge her with technical stuff. So like she'll ask me like, what does this guy mean by this? And I'll explain to her, and she's learned very fast. She's a very fast learner. But one of the things I've told her right away was like, listen, I'm just going to ask you very blunt questions. Are you comfortable with this? Like, where's the lines? Like, not like tiptoe around where the lines are. Like, let's establish the lines. Like, hey, are you okay with that?
Boundaries. Oh.
Hey, like, setting boundaries. Like, are you okay with, oh, you look good in this clothes? You good with that? You going to post that? Like, good. You don't like that picture that somebody has of you? We're not going to post it. For whatever reason. It could just be a quirky thing. You don't have to explain to me why. Just say no. So, like, she gets full editorial, like, she picks, and then every now and again she'll be like, hey, is this okay? And I can tell she's looking to establish that boundary. And it's just because we have that open dialogue, and we have a very good relationship that way, and we're very blunt with each other. It's like, I'm not doing that.
So
and I'm like,
that's an industrial strength way of working together. It's really out there. Chris, you're very passionate. You wear your heart on your sleeves. Haley, you're putting the brand out there and doing such a great job. Charlie's been spearheading conversations of
Don't be scared.
I would just say years and years of where we have come from. And so as we have this generational conversation, we're wrapping up on this note, but I really want to just appreciate you for
no
real,
problem.
like Chris, for your heart and being self-aware. Haley, for putting yourself out there and knowing by your instincts that you can really make a difference and lift up your apprentice. So you are doing what we expect of the best of manufacturing now and moving forward. Charlie, thanks for coming in. Sorry to Charlie bomb you here.
No, you're
but
fine.
on that note, I want to thank everybody for coming in and joining us in the IMTS
Thank you.
Plus
Yes.
Creators Lounge. Please check out IQ Manufacturing. They're doing great things. Check out Haley. Follow her. And on social media, just type in HALLIE on LinkedIn and you will find her, I promise.
And I'm a big fan of both of you. You're doing a great job.
Thanks, guys.
Especially
Thank
you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, cheers.
Charlie Bomb. I'm gonna have to let copyright.
Charlie
that.
bombed.
No,
Thanks, you guys did
that,
great.
it really
That was
is
awesome.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't know what y'all.
I don't. Oh, here we go. You never know what's going to happen at the Creators Lounge. We had a wonderful improvised tag in with Charlie, had a fantastic interview with Haley and Chris. of IQ Manufacturing. What a wonderful conversation. I feel like the best conversations are happening, but really the best thing is happening back here behind the scenes, behind the booth. How's it going, everyone? Look at the Nerve Center. We are live. Also, excuse me, can we see our matching yellows? We didn't plan this. It's just an industrial strength marketing thing at IMTS 2022. Stay tuned for a fantastic interview. Wade Anderson and Jim King of Okuma. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go boom.
Hi, everyone. Mary, I'm here again, wandering around on the floor, just playing in all the machinery. I'm kind of bummed because we just lost our last segment guest. They didn't catch their flight. They're not here. So I'm trying to find someone to fill this slot. Let's see who I can find. Oh my gosh. You are in for a treat. John King, President and COO of Okuma. Oh my gosh. Such a pleasure to meet you. And Wade Anderson, I love your podcast, Shop Matters. Jim King. I'm just so excited to meet you, I forgot your name. I know. Can you blame me? I mean, well, I hope you'll forgive me. I'd like to offer you an interview in the Creators Lounge. Do you want to take it? We got a free slot. I would love to. And a really comfy couch. That I could use. Gentlemen, yes, clear the way. We have manufacturing royalty coming through. How's your day? How you feeling? I'm doing great. I'm excited for our pizza party tonight. There's some stuffed pizza and a glass of red wine with my name on it. If you don't have plans, you should come to our pizza party. All right. Have a seat. Oh, no, it's all you. Jim King. Wade Anderson. Live in the Creators Lounge. Manufacturing magic.
All right. Hey, manufacturing world, welcome to another episode of Shop Matters. This is a little bit of an impromptu episode. We got pulled off the floor from IMTS 2022, right out of the Okuma booth into the AMT Influencers booth. So I appreciate Jim King being able to join me here today. Thank you, Jim.
Anytime I get off my feet at IMTS and sit on a nice, comfy couch, I'm all over it.
Absolutely. So, Jim, for everybody listening, you're the president and COO of Okuma America. How long have you been with Okuma now?
It'll be going on 14 years.
14 years.
Time flies.
It does, because I remember when you started like it was yesterday, and I feel like I was just a kid. I still kind of feel like a kid, and I realize I'm not anymore.
Yeah, at age 64, I still feel like a kid.
Yeah.
I do.
Hey, I tell you what, an environment like this, it brings out the kid in all of us, I think. So
It does.
How good does it feel to be back in Chicago live at IMTS?
You know, I get goosebumps.
Yeah.
When I think about IMTS 2022, I get goosebumps just because all of the time that we didn't get to come here, 4 years.
Yeah.
And see customers and show them really the technology that we have and other technologies from our partners.
Right.
It's our responsibility, I believe, as a builder to bring technology into manufacturing.
Yeah. That's a great point.
You know, it's because a customer, in order to get access to this much technology, could take them 2 years worth of having vendors call on them.
Right.
You know, and it's just a wonderful thing that they can take advantage of.
And having access to all the engineers, we have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, control engineers, service personnel,
right.
Obviously salespeople, our distributors,
right.
And to have instantaneous access to all those people, that to me is super exciting. I think about it. I think of the conversations, and I actually mentioned it in this morning's kickoff meeting, of conversations I had with 3 different people that had to do with dealing with solving chip problems and
Right.
filtration and things like that. And that all happened with 3 individual customers in complete different locations of geographically in the United States.
Yeah.
But it happened in a matter of about an hour and a half span in the booth.
Right.
Where that might have taken me a year to have those same 3 conversations.
Right.
To be able to put together of, oh, wait a minute, we got something here that we can educate people on, you know,
Right.
and build a little program around.
Yeah, there's just, in my mind, customers, and even us, it allows us to have access to a whole host of customers and show them how we can help them be more productive in the market, in their marketplaces. And we get to learn a lot about their business, too.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. So tell me a little bit about your view on the marketplace, what you're seeing right now. I know you, from a leader of a large company, you got to have your eyes on the horizon where things are going. There's still a lot of optimism in the marketplace.
There is, and I tell you that primarily it's the reshoring of manufacturing back to the U.S. I think that's one of the major things that are really driving the resurgence of our industry.
Yeah.
And the economy is still booming. The pent-up demand from COVID, I think, is the other part.
Mhm.
And people are consuming. I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of consumption going on still in the United States. And you add all that up, and there's still probably a 10, 12-month runway for us in manufacturing. And I truly believe that manufacturing has always taken us out of any difficult situation in our economy.
Sure.
You look back at all the recoveries, manufacturing has been the leader of getting our economy back online.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. So the technologies that we've brought, what to you is the most exciting thing that you've seen on the floor so far?
Well, two things. I think first is data acquisition.
Yeah.
Because with data acquisition, you understand your utilization of your spindles.
Mm-hmm.
And if you automate a bad process, you're going to have an automated bad process.
Right.
And so if you don't understand your spindle utilization, you're not monitoring it. I always told people start there.
Mm-hmm.
So getting data and acquisition of that data is critical, and I think that's one of the exciting things that we're showing.
Yeah.
And then the second part of that is all the automation. So once you figure that out, you got to figure out, how do I automate all this?
Mm-hmm.
And how do I, because of the workforce non-availability,
right?
It's really important for us to show people how to automate our machinery.
And there's no one size fits all.
Never.
Every
Absolutely
machine shop that I go to, everybody has a little slightly different process, slightly unique way that they manufacture parts.
Right.
And the automated process that works for customer A is going to be a little different for customer B. So I think that's something that we've done a really unique job on when I look at all the different technologies that we've got and the different flavors of automation that can really have it your way.
Right.
Something.
Yeah.
Point out, I don't know if anybody on the camera can make that out, but we all have these buttons, I'm getting tongue-tied.
Witty.
W-I-T-Y, witty. And what does that mean, Jim?
What's important to you?
What's important to you, yeah. And it's a great conversation starter that we have with customers. They
Right.
walk up, and I've had it several times throughout the show here. People walk up, and they look at your shirt pocket, and then they go, wait a minute, what's witty? What does that mean? And I said, well, it's what's important to you, and it helps to do exactly what you just did. It just opened up a conversation, and we can talk about what are things that you're dealing with and what are struggles that we can help solve.
Anytime you assume that you understand somebody's problems, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right? And so really the philosophy that we've had is how do you make sure that our employees, when the customers are coming in, we're asking them really what's important to them,
Mhm.
and what problems are they trying to solve?
Right.
I'd say the other thing that's kind of cool in our booth is just the whole idea of energy conservation.
Mm-hmm.
We have a product called EcoSuite Plus.
Yeah.
And in Japan, they've proven that they can save 35% on their energy bills by using energy-saving techniques of controlling the machine.
So I got to see some of the slides that our executive officer had put together of true measured data of how much power consumption that they use on the double columns and the horizontal machining
Right.
centers in Japan. And actual measured data, they only use about 25 to 30% of the power is actually used to cut metal, to actually curl a chip. And that just boggled my mind when I saw that. I'm like, you have to be kidding me right now. about 75 to 80% of the power consumption is used to run peripheral equipment.
Yep.
And one of the biggest culprits is mist collectors. So the mist collector, a lot of times it's on all times.
Yeah.
So the EcoSuite Plus you're referring to, that gives us the ability to be able to control those and shut off power to peripheral devices and cut off that energy consumption. So,
and I think that our society today is, with the cost of energy that's gone up, it's more important for them to really be starting to look at how do I reduce my energy footprint.
Right. Well, and there's a whole social aspect of it as well. People are a lot more mindful about that than what they were 10 years ago or so.
I agree.
You look at the change in EV vehicles and things of that nature. There's a shift, especially in the younger generation, that I think we're going to see grow more prominent as time goes on.
I agree.
Yep. So I would be remiss if I don't bring up the new work taking place at Okuma headquarters. That's got to be exciting for you.
Oh yeah, we're basically gutting our facility. Our furniture was probably built and installed somewhere around the 1950s, and when you bring in young and even any new talent into our facility, it really does leave an impression that maybe we're not the leading edge that we are.
Yeah.
And so we're actually in a process of completely gutting all the offices, updating them, putting a lot of good creature comforts in for our employees. And so it's going to help our existing employees, but it's also going to help us in our recruiting and bringing in better talent, higher talent, and for really the furthering of our company.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on grand openings or an open house afterwards? Have you thought that far down the path?
Yeah, we got to get in first.
Yeah. Step one,
move in. But once we do that, I'd love to have a December event like we've done before, and have a grand opening, have machines on the floor cutting, and show off our new facility.
Yeah. Oh, that's
it's
exciting.
exciting.
Yeah. Yep. Very good. Well, Jim, I appreciate your time. I appreciate you joining me here today. I've really enjoyed being able to step away from the Okuma booth. Got to say, I've been very impressed and excited of how busy IMTS has been. I just walked over from the West Hall, took a minute, run over, see some friends that I've got in some of the other booths, and it's crowded everywhere. It's a really exciting time.
It far exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
The customers that are here are really here to make sure that they understand what the technology is, and they came in force.
Yeah.
Complete shops shut down, bring all their employees here. Very impressive.
Right.
Very impressive.
Well, thank you for joining me today. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.
All right. Thank you.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Boom.
Hey, manufacturing world, welcome to another episode of Shop Matters, sponsored by Okuma America Corporation. We are coming to you from a special event. We are live from IMTS 2022 here in the AMT Influencers Lounge. And joining me today, I've got Malachi from Elite Automation. So welcome, Malachi.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So give us a little introduction and tell me a little bit about your background. How'd you get started in automation?
Yeah, sure. So, I'm Malachi Gray. I'm CEO of Elite Automation. I started out and spent my entire career in automation around the manufacturing space, a lot of automotive glass. And I kind of stumbled into this. I was young. I knew I needed to go to college. I didn't have much direction on what I should do for college. And so I went into my local community college. I was like, what can I do? What should I do? And there's, a mechanic, a welder, listing off some different things. And they said, there's this automation thing. I'm like, oh, okay, what's that? And they started listing off the different things in automation. And then they got to robots. And I'm like, that's the one. Let's do that one, okay?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I think it's so cool that you were able to actually zero in on what really excited you. I mean, when I was growing up, I got into manufacturing because it's kind of what my dad did, all the people around us. That's where the halfway high-paying jobs were.
Yeah.
So I got into it somewhat by default. I didn't think that's what I would do long-term wise. And I always said, I don't know what I want to do when I grow up. I've been saying that for the last 20 years almost. But I think it's super cool that you were able to go listen to it, and as soon as you heard the robotics, something just triggered, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I was like, I just knew the other things weren't for me. And another big thing is, I thought about manufacturing. I kind of knew about it, but I knew I didn't want to go into the same building every day. That was one of the big things for me. And so with system integration, you're in different buildings, you're going checking out different customers' facilities, everything's different.
So for people listening to us that don't really know what systems integration means, kind of define that. What does that mean? What is a systems integration?
Yeah, so systems integrators, a lot of systems integrators are niched down to a certain area. Maybe they're in foundries, maybe they're doing packaging, maybe they're doing palletizing, welding. And for us as a company, we are kind of just still finding where our hone is. I personally came from material handling, did a lot of automotive glass, vision location. And as we've grown as a company, we've actually kind of organically brought on a lot of welders who've done a lot of robotic weld applications throughout their career. And so as we hire, we're hiring other experts of the field that have dealt with robotics throughout the entirety of their career. And so now I think we're over 100 plus years of robotic weld experience. So that's really guiding us to go towards robotic welding, which initially when starting the company wasn't the direction, right? It's more on the material handling side of things.
Sure. Yep. And then you have to deal a lot with the safety aspects of it, right? As an integrator, you really take on the responsibility of the safety components of tying in the automation to any process you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny thing is, I went back when I worked for the employer that I worked with. One of my first steps outside of just doing controls engineering was I did the risk assessments. I was the safety guy.
Okay.
So I was doing all the safety engineering, all the risk assessment stuff for that company to ensure the systems were safe and whatnot.
Okay. So when you start on a process, kind of step me through. What does that typically look like when customers reach out and say, hey, we want to look at automating a process? They reach out to Elite Automation. How do you begin?
Sure.
What are the steps that you walk through?
So the first thing is we identify what level of automation that customer already has, right?
Okay.
Are they a customer that has no automation whatsoever, and so they have no clue what's going on within the automation realm of things? Or do they already have a couple robotic cells, or do they have entire lines that are robotic? Sometimes they've already automated certain processes where they automate each one of those things, and then they get to a point where they don't know where to go after that. So we'll come in and we'll offer kind of our expertise on well, hey, I think you should automate this or automate that, and identifying these things based on an ROI, right? What's going to get them their most return? Or what kind of pains are they dealing with? Is it employment? Maybe they're struggling to keep people in a certain job. There's some things where it's a back-breaking job. Like we did one application where it's the 50-gallon water drums.
Right.
And I mean, that's just a terrible job to do, just throwing them, palletizing them all day, every day. And so that was an ergonomic type of thing. So we're identifying what that particular issue is, and then from there solving that problem.
Okay. One of the things I've noticed over the last several years as I've been coming to IMTS and we're seeing the transition in automation. But obviously, I work in the machine tool industry, and a lot of the automation we deal with is either gantries or robots primarily.
Yeah.
And there's a big transition, or at least an influence from the industrial robot to the collaborative robot. You know, you get the the universal robot. Now Fanuc has their CRX systems, things like that. Is there a linear transition? I mean, is there a transition point where you would recommend customers go one way or the other? Or do you look at certain applications that lead you down one path versus the other?
Deployment speed is probably one of the primary things that I look at. Or if you need to do something where you have to interface in that area, where if it's a headache to have to try to, like, if you have to go into a cell, stop the robot from doing what it's doing, and you already kind of have like a fast cycle time and the robot needs to be moving all the time, that's something you want more of a collaborative robot with, right? If you actually have to work around that robot quite frequently. Whereas, you know, if it's something where you don't have to work around the robot a lot, the robot can just kind of tend itself, maybe it does make sense to still go traditional, because traditional can be cheaper, but then you got to think about the infrastructure of having a fence cage around it, and a lot of times
area sensors.
Yeah, it's not as adaptable, right? Like if you wanted to, we can, like, this one thing that we'll do is we'll design systems where, let's say, for instance, we set up like a station to work with your machine. Well, maybe this particular machine that you have, the CNC that you have, operates a certain model of part, right? Well, we'll put some type of common fixturing so that way you're able to actually remove this robot from this location, take it to another location, and there's locator pins on that next system that locks it in, and you can go into your teach pendant and change what program that robot runs so you can actually operate that same robot on a different CNC machine.
Right. Make it more deployable to different applications.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, very good. Something I've noticed as I walk around, and it's a space that I want to get a lot more involved in and do more learning myself on it, but the AGV space. 2018 time frame, I spent some time at EMO and got to see a lot of different applications where they were using AGVs with machine tools. And I've noticed as I've walked around the show here, I'm seeing a lot more AGVs kind of enter the marketplace that I didn't see 4 years ago when I was here. Tell me your experience with AGVs, and are you seeing a trend? Are you seeing a growth pattern in that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think AMRs is like one of the biggest revolutions that we have in our industry. Realistically, I think we have kind of three big revolutions: AMRs, collaborative robots, and bin picking. Those three things are new opportunities that we were not able to, or new tools, right? They're new tools that we did not have the opportunity to be able to utilize in the past. Like with the bin picking situation, before you couldn't pick repetitively out of a bin to be able to service like a CNC machine.
Right.
And same with the AMRs. Like we're doing quite a bit of AMRs and adding like conveyor top modules to them. For one of our customers, we've consolidated half of their employees. So they were an injection molding company, and they have an operator at every single station. Each injection molding machine is about 30 feet away from one another, and the cycle time is like a minute 20.
Wow.
So there's plenty of cycle time there to only have one operator, but you don't have the cycle time if the operator has to walk back and forth.
Right.
So what we did is we had the AMR go to the injection molding machine, convey from the conveyor at the injection molding machine onto the AMR, and then take that molded piece over to where the operator's at and dispense that part onto another conveyor, a buffer conveyor, for the operator to then have both parts right there in a single operator station.
No kidding. That's interesting. What about inspection? Do you get involved much with gauging, inspection equipment, things of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, most of we kind of avoid inspection anymore because the risk that goes into it.
Yeah.
I mean, especially like when you're dealing with stuff like paint, like it's such a hard defect to detect. Definitely like vision location is still more of the thing that we do. Also like dispense measurements, like things like that. We're doing some stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah,
part rejection from the vision systems.
Yeah.
I mean,
we do stuff like that. It's like we're very particular on what we choose, right? To be in all honesty, like it has a higher risk level for a systems integrator.
Mhm.
There's some systems integrators, that's all they did. Matter of fact, that's what I came from, right?
Okay.
I came from systems integrator that they had their own proprietary vision system. They used Keyence, they used Cognex, and I was the guy programming a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
But it's just kind of one of those things where it's higher risk, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't. It's so hard to have 100% success rate, right? You're gonna be able to detect 98% of parts, 95% of parts,
Mhm.
and then what do you do about the other 5% that you're missing?
So you mentioned bin picking earlier. That's something we get involved in a lot, obviously, on the machine tool side of things. A lot of times parts are presented to machines in crates and things of that
Yeah.
nature. What all goes into bin picking and presenting work pieces in a way that a gantry or even just repositioning to load into a machine?
Sure. So the big thing is the bin picking vision software has just come such a far way.
Now,
it's
is that
mind-blowing.
something that's provided by the OEM, like the robot OEMs, or are those third-party bin picking software?
So you have Fanuc that has their own
Okay.
proprietary bin picking,
Mhm.
but then you also have like your companies like Keyence. I believe Cognex has one. Pickett has one. And the other cool thing is the bin picking. One of the other features that's in those now is not only the location of the part itself, but it's actually feeding a path to the robot. So you have an above position, and then the actual vision system itself is telling which way the wrist should orient as it's going down to pick the part.
Oh, wow.
And so that's something that's like super incredible with those. Is it's you set it up, you teach everything, and then from there it kind of does its own calculations to decide where it should move to pick up that part.
So I'm assuming you're teaching like a safe position above the bin,
Yep.
and then from there it's figuring out its own path?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and then with that, then we'll pair some things with it as far as like maybe some fixturing
Mhm.
to do double location. Maybe we identified where the part's at, we picked it, but then we need to do some more centering for fine-tune placement to the end location.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
So far, out of all the projects you worked on, what's the coolest one? If I know sometimes these things are proprietary and you can't, share
Yeah.
certain details, but what's the thing that you're most proud of? What's the coolest thing you've done?
I definitely love the AMR stuff that we do.
Okay.
Because it's a newer thing in the space. A lot of people haven't even touched them yet.
Right.
And I think we've deployed to like 9 different locations now. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the AMRs, and also doing the creative things. The future is going to be way different when it comes to AMRs. Like we've done stuff like adding conveyor top modules and some lift tables and stuff like that, but it's going to get a lot more technologically advanced. You're seeing some companies put robots on top of the AMR.
That's where we're headed.
Yeah.
So, from an interfacing standpoint, I mean, are you just tying that into a PLC? You're creating your own interfacing and then tying that to. So, and I may be jumping ahead
Yeah.
of where you are, but I'm kind of working through this in my mind as I'm talking. But you're
Sure.
tying in an AMR to a robot, the robot to the machine at that point.
Yeah, so this also depends on the application. So smaller applications, you can do, you can set it up as simply as having discrete signals. The AMR saying, hey, I'm here. You're sending a signal to a relay that tells the PLC that, hey, the AMR is here.
Okay.
And so that's kind of the most reduced down level of it. You can also, say for like Mir, they have Modbus TCP, so it can communicate over Modbus to a PLC if you want to. So that way you can have more of a data communication. You can share data between the two. And then they're also using like a REST API type of system where you can now send that over the network. You can have it, you can call it from basically the offices, right? The office can tell it what paths it needs to run, what jobs need to happen. So based off because some companies are going all the way from like pressing the purchase button on their website to having like an AMR go and grab the product off the shelf.
Right. Okay. As an integrator, do you get tied to a certain brand? Do you get brand loyal? So do you get used to using, a Fanuc or a Yaskawa or I could name 100 different robots, but do you wind up kind of finding your niche and saying, okay, this is the brand that I get comfortable with and I want to stick with, or do you really become more fluent with all the different brands? Are they similar enough that you can transition from one to the other fairly quickly?
Yeah, so I mean, this is different for every systems integrator. Some systems integrators want to go with a robot and stick with a robot. For us, it depends on the platform. So like robot, we're kind of all over the place. We have a lot of robot specific engineers, so they're used to programming different robots. You know, my background is more of the FANUC robots, some Yaskawa, whereas like some of our other team members are much more on the KUKA, which I have like a lot less experience with, which has given us a very diverse, platforms that we've worked with. But then when it comes to some things like vision systems, pretty much sticking with like Keyence, Cognex, LMI. So we're not going as wide on that. Also AMRs, we are primarily doing mirror right now.
Okay.
We're in discussions with becoming a partner with Omron. But you know, that right there's kind of goes into like our expertise, right? Like if we don't have a huge inflow of orders, like I said, we deployed like AMRs to like 9 different locations. Well, if we deployed each one of those using a different AMR, then like that'd have been a learning curve on each one of those. We wouldn't have be able to become as good as we are with mirror. So like that's the main one we're deploying right now. So now our engineers are getting better at working with the mirror system, the mirror platform, and kind of learning its quirks, finding ways to work around the things that don't perform as well, and just becoming better engineers at those products.
Right. Very cool. So when did you arrive to IMTS? Is this your first day, or were you here yesterday?
I was here yesterday as well.
Okay.
Yep.
So what's the coolest thing you've seen so far? Anything that just made your jaw drop as you walked around?
I mean, we're robotics fans, so
Yeah.
anything robot related.
Okay.
I was definitely wowed by how big the FANUC booth is this year.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just wild.
Yeah.
Like,
I was surprised all the collaborative robots they've got.
Yeah.
You know, I knew the CRX was coming out, and we saw them at some of the other trade shows, but they really got a large display this year. And then they've got a AGV as well tied with a collaborative robot that piqued my interest as well. So I'm interested to see where they go with that product. There's a lot of things that we want to do in that space as well. So, and every year they do the car lift. You know, that's always a eye catcher
People
for
love that one,
yeah,
man.
all the social media guys. They want to get video clips of it and things. So that's always fun. But all right, how long are you here for?
probably all week.
All
Yeah.
week. All right. All
Yeah,
right.
we're only scheduled to be here Thursday, but that's just because we didn't know it was Friday and Saturday as well.
Now, is this your first IMTS?
First IMTS.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
This year, though, we've been on tour as a company, so like we're kind of going around, and we've been to almost every single event that's been out this year. So we're just like in a discovery phase of like what event is the right event for us, what makes the most sense, and then overall just meeting people, making good connections, friends with everybody that's out here.
And you're big in the marketing space, right? So tell me a little bit about how you use marketing, the social media aspect. I mean, where do you see your strengths on that, and where are you going with that in the future?
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, a big thing is like it comes down to execution, right? Like people just starting with posting content. Don't worry about editing fancy stuff. Like organic content performs much better. There's pictures of me in a cabinet doing some wiring or something like that that got 30,000 views, and there's a picture that was edited and took 2 hours to edit. They got 30 views. You know, so you know, somebody just starting just to post content. You know, that's the big thing is like execute on what we do. We have a fairly small marketing team. I think like maybe like 5 people now or something like that. But like for the amount of people that we have on our marketing team, like our outputs are like really high. Our growth has been super high. And in 3 years, we've got to like 10,000 followers on LinkedIn for our business page. I'm at like 14K on my personal page, a couple thousand on YouTube.
Yeah.
And a lot of that content has either been like educational, it's just been informative, like what's going on. Like that's another reason why we come out to these events is like capturing content. We'll post it up on YouTube, so that way people can see what's going on at these events, seeing what type of things there are to see.
What's the latest in technology? What's the newest stuff on the marketplace? So
yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's been great chatting with you. I really appreciate your time, taking the time to come visit with me. I know it's a busy show. There's a lot to do and see here, but I appreciate your time here today.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the daily recap of day 2 of IMTS 2022. It has been a very exciting day for all of us, especially our influencers. I'm your host, Mary. I would love to hear more highlights of the day for you. Mitch, I believe you have something you want to share with everyone?
Yeah, sure. My highlight of the day is I just couldn't stop walking through that Okuma booth and eyeing a few machines, so I purchased 2. I bought an MU4000 with a Compact 80 Euro robot system on it and a 5-axis Genos M560V 5AX. So 2 5-axis machines together, and
nice.
yeah, I'm really excited to get those back and into production.
Could this be Wade's influence at all?
It was Wade's influence.
What an influencer!
It works.
So I'm going to take a little bit of credit that the MU4000, that Aroa, that was something that we put together in my tech center in Houston. A gentleman that reports to me, Errol Burrell, was the product manager that actually pulled all that together. And I want to thank you personally because my neck was on the line that if it didn't sell, I was going to have to answer to Jim King over it. So thank you.
Oh, that's why it was such a great deal. We buy a lot from these guys, and they take great care of us. So we needed more, and this was IMTS was the place to do it.
This totally wasn't planned.
It was not planned.
It was totally not planned.
And I was actually sitting in this seat before he got here, so this even wasn't planned that we're sitting side by
He
side.
said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "You literally just said they got me out of hot water." It's like, this is crazy. So that's awesome.
What about you, Wade? Highlight for you?
Oh, so I got a couple. So this is like my Brandon's giving me the thumbs up through the window here.
You're out of hot water.
Okuma's gonna have a great night tonight.
Oh gosh. So I think this is my 7th podcast of the day so far. So
yeah, you've been doing great. I've been loving.
My voice is holding up. My southernese. I'm not tripping over my tongue too much, but I got to talk to Nicole Walter. She's been on my podcast before. Great, amazing woman. Runs a phenomenal shop, HM Manufacturing here in Illinois. Does great work. But I'm still learning, how to do all this podcast stuff. I'm a machinist. I'm a chip maker, This stuff is not natural for me. So we do our quote-unquote podcast, have our little interview. Then we get done, set the microphones down, and then we start talking. And she's like, well, tell me some cool stuff about the booth. And so we start talking about machines and all the cool technologies. And all of a sudden, my marketing people come running up. How come you don't have the microphones up? We're just chatting, but they're like, that's the gold, right? So, but yeah, it was a really fun conversation. I went over to the West Hall, got to spend some time, seen some people over on the tooling side of things. A guy that I've known at Shunk, gosh, I don't know, 15 years or so. Walked up, I go to shake hands and said, big old bear hug. So, that's the cool stuff to me about this industry. You come to IMTS, it's really like a family reunion. You see people that they might work at Okuma one year and they leave, they go to a different company. They never leave the industry. So it's like going to a family reunion. You see people that you've known for 20 years and you just get to see them in a different light, so it's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So for me, this has been a year of resolution. The resolution to get back, to IMTS, get back to the as normal state of order as possible, and manufacturing needs us to do that. And my highlight today has absolutely been 2 interviews that I've been very excited to have. One was with Hannah Coombs and Taylor, who's a young apprentice, is a freshman in school, and she was just no joke. Taylor, she was, I want to work. I'd rather focus on being productive, and she's on her way to being towards being a machinist. And what a unicorn that is, someone that's absolutely passionate. And to see Hannah with Westminster Tool, they're launching a video show on LinkedIn, which is Track the Apprentice. So they'll be tracking her the next 4 years. And honestly, I was just getting pretty emotional just seeing the story, because you could see Hannah, as also a young marketer and professional herself, mentoring Taylor, and you just know that's going to be something that's their body of work. that they're really proud of and passionate about. And I just know that they're going to be part of that life story that they had. So that was just like a beautiful story. And then we ran into a social influencer who's getting like, tens of thousands of views for manufacturing. Hat Girl, Hallie with IQ Manufacturing, and the COO, Brian Bernanke. And we were having a real conversation of like, he's having to kind of really think about very seriously, like, how do they address their issues? And he said, we've got to tap into women in manufacturing. And he's on a journey, and Hallie's on a journey. And, that theme for me is people were recognizing her, and I think they're all realizing the power that they have as a platform. One is a mindset to create that opening and understand that you've got to be that open. We have to fill lots of gaps. And then Hallie, where I could just see she's like, I think at the next IMTS when Hallie's here, watch out. Like, she's already like on her way, but I think these stories that we're telling, I really hope we're here in some form or fashion, whether it's through IMTS Plus, the digital destination where we keep this story going. That's the IMTS Plus Creators Lounge is all about. But like, even IMTS 2024, I'm already thinking about how are these stories going to play out.
Just still in that moment. It was so great because we were having those conversations here in the lounge, and because people are walking by and can hear it, they're listening as they're walking by. They're busy, they're trying to get business done, but they're like taking in what we're saying and kind of encouraging everyone. That was really remarkable to see, having a conversation and kind of this impromptu moment, and being able to meet new people, talk about things that matter as far as building teams and leadership. And my favorite moment, though, I have to say, was outside of this booth. I ran over to the main stage and seeing Andrew Crow introduce and bring this excitement and energy and just loudness into the room and a crowd, and him introducing Megan. And Megan, like, I could just see your passion, and I think it was really because he's talking about the things that matter, the things that we want to bring in, the new talent, the children into the industry, and have the hands-on, and okay, well, we're going to do things differently. We're going to talk to people differently. We're going to use social media. We're going to really get out there. But to see your intro into this space on the main stage, I was just like, right there in the audience, like clapping along and saying, "Woo, go Megan," because it was wonderful. So that was my favorite moment, and I think that we've had those throughout the week, right, with all of you, all the week, and it's only day 2. It's been impactful. So yeah, that was my favorite moment.
Awesome. Thank you, by the way. That was really fun for me, but something unexpected happened to me today. So I was in the East Hall walking around, and an old friend of mine who I was doing blog work, she called me and she's like, "Hey, let's meet up." She works with Dassault and SolidWorks, so I went to their booth and did a quick interview there. And while I was interviewing one of their robotics people who's a female, she helps teach robotics and gets engineers excited about them. Excuse me. Barb was talking to a little girl who's like 10 years old. Excuse me. So, awesome. Thanks. Just bear with me a little bit.
She doesn't have to tell us. See, this is the thing. We can just observe what needs to happen in the moment and just take care of it.
It's not like we've been talking.
Yeah,
all supporting each
So-
other. There's a lot of talking all day.
But she was talking to a little girl, 10 years old, and this little girl knows how to CNC machine. She's here because she wanted to come here for her birthday. So her dad brought her here. And her dad is actually teaching her how to CNC machine, but not just that, other soft skills he's teaching her. He's teaching her how to do business stuff. He's teaching her how to have conversations. This little girl came up to me, stuck out her hand, and shook my hand like any other business person. She's like, "Hi, my name is Sailor." So we were talking, and she's like, "Yeah, I just don't know if I want to join engineering or manufacturing." She's like, "Because I'm looking around, and you and her are the only girls that I see." And she's like, there's a lot of guys here. And I'm like, there's more women. You just have to keep finding them. And I was like, you have to join our sector because you're a future maven. And so she came to the panel discussion. I pointed her out, and now AMT is going to set up an interview with her.
Yes,
She's
YES spells
so
yes.
amazing.
That may be my favorite moment right there.
Oh
Wow.
my
But
gosh.
she's trying to create these forever spinning yo-yos.
Yes.
She's calling them soyos because of sailor. So sayos because of sailor
Sayos.
from her name. And she's like, yeah, but right now my dad's really busy, so he hasn't been helping me as much. I'm like, you better start firing your dad then and figure out. So I'm gonna try to like connect her with some people that I know so that we can get this business going. And she's like, in the meantime, I'm just making slime and selling slime. And I'm like,
Yes, yes, you are.
awesome. She's an entrepreneur, 10 years old.
Wow.
So that was my moment of today. Wow. So this is awesome.
How do you follow that?
I don't often.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't think I
Yeah,
can.
I don't do speechless, but I.
It's so
don't-
awesome.
Wow.
That's why I do what I do.
Sorry
I won't
about
follow
Fabian.
that.
I'm sorry
no.
about that.
No,
Yeah.
No, I refuse.
Well, it's about the children, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Children,
I know, I
adults,
mean,
and then
really,
I'm just my mind
this
is
is
blown.
such a cool
My
story.
mind is blown. Well, please. Okay, it's not a competition. Everyone's amazing. Now it's your turn.
No, this was amazing. Really
Yeah,
good work.
that gorgeous
The
story. Beautiful
matchmaker
work,
for
yeah.
future generations. No, I mean,
that.
my day today unexpectedly was conversations all about education. I had Mike Vasquez here, who does a new program here in Chicago called AMX, where he educates people from 20 to 60 about additive manufacturing, which is a new program that the industry really needs to get new talent into additive manufacturing and into manufacturing. Because what's interesting to see is that the manufacturing industry in general is how do I say this without coming over mean, but is the average age in the manufacturing industry is quite high. But if you
Good
look into
job.
if you look into the additive manufacturing industry, if you look into additive manufacturing industry, now it drops significantly. Now you have every engineer is like mid-20s to early 30s. And how do we leverage that, and how do we use that to pull more people into the manufacturing industry in general? So we had conversations with an organization on how do we set up an apprenticeship program for additive manufacturing. We talked about operator certifications with ASTM to mature the industry in that regard. And with Mike Vasquez on how to help him scale the AMX program that he's starting in Chicago. And he has really cool people, from the director of additive manufacturing at Nike, who's super inspirational and approachable, to some other cool folks, and to other locations across the United States. And then, randomly, somebody from the Department of Energy showed up at our booth, and I got talking to her. And we had this super cool conversation about how to include NFTs and blockchain into manufacturing processes.
Nice.
How do we create digital passports for every application to ensure cybersecurity and not to ensure that parts aren't manipulated along the process chain? And those are the
I love that
conversations.
was just a casual conversation.
Yeah, it just happened and
right,
evolved.
Right
and,
to the center of the steak.
Yeah.
Just, whatever. No big deal.
Yeah, so that got me super excited because, we're so early in our journey. And there's so many happy people here.
Happy people.
Wavers.
That it's
Hello.
a continuous,
Hello.
every day is a new day.
Every day is
We love
a new
it.
day.
Love it,
I
that energy.
love that. Wow. I was going to say well and wow, and I came out well.
It's my country accent.
Yeah,
is influencing you.
I think there's something about an improv as a professional improviser and actor. There's something that we talk about, the group mind, the ensemble mind, where you find those organic moments that pop up where you start to give and take each other's gifts, which is a very interesting thing. That's a little piggyback. So I would like to segue into my 5 things segment. So it's actually talk about group mind.
He's
Did
cheating.
you have something that you wanted to do
Well,
first?
I thought there was something on the demographics of the age in additive manufacturing, and your picture is on that demographic. So you're what, 25 to 35? Is that? Are you that
I'm in that
demographic?
range. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're the picture.
What a
for
political!
the
Whoa,
additive
there's so much
demographic.
political
Bobby
energy
in the
here.
face.
I'm
So
trying,
much.
yeah.
You're doing
Thank
very
you.
well. Your candor. You're doing great. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm walking
Yeah.
the tightrope in my awesome shoes. You're doing really great. So the 5 things, which is interesting because I had already planned this before we had this segment. So there's some really good synergy. Oh, what a yummy buzzword. There's some synchronicity of this question, which is, speaking in terms of like education, etc., 5 pieces of advice you wish that you would have gotten at the beginning of your career. 5 pieces of advice you wish you would have gotten at the beginning of your career. Permission to, we say in the writing and comedy community, less is more, right? Say more with less. I'll give you a demo. So 5 pieces of advice I wish I would have gotten as a younger, always tall, but just younger Mary. It's okay to say no. Protect your heart. Always have a notebook. Make sure taking time off is not failure. Success shows itself in many different ways. Who
Well
wants to go
done.
first? Who's ready to go? And I encourage you, part of the improv part of it, go off the top of your head. Trust your flow. Whatever you say is right.
Live authentically. Do what you're passionate about. Treat everyone with respect. Live a balanced life. And help lift up others every chance you get.
I know you're asking for 5. I'm only going to give 1. I got one
Cheater.
that's just burning in my head, but
Yeah.
don't be an expert.
Now, don't be an expert. I'm going to challenge you to break that down into like some smaller tributaries.
4, maybe.
Don't
4.
be-
Oh, my co-host. She's live. She's
What-
live.
What I found,
Or any way that you
and-
wanna
and what
distill
I
that,
find
yeah.
when I talk to people, and even myself, when I get into certain mindsets, you become an expert, you lose the enthusiasm to keep learning. So, keeping that curiosity is what keeps you driving towards finding new stuff. So when you find gurus, you find people who become an expert, they tend to get locked in time. I know people who were amazing experts in their field in 1998, but today is 2022, right?
You can be a
Things
teacher.
have
You can be a
changed,
master
and
and
they're
a
not
student
quite
at the same time.
level they once were.
Yeah.
So.
Great. I love that. Thank you.
So 5 pieces of advice.
5 pieces of advice you wish a younger you would have received.
Wow. I'd probably say like invest more. Honestly, just you kind of look back and doing some of the simple things, and that's in people, that's in life, that's in others, and other pieces of advice. Don't be afraid. If you're a business owner, there's a lot of fear.
I would say be afraid and do it anyway.
Yeah, it's and my sense of entrepreneurship, and I think it's just gosh, it's such a tough question for me.
2 more. Keep it simple. Less is more. Off the top of your
Yeah.
head. You got this.
I think just focus focus on more on your well-being. You got to take care of yourself. It's sometimes hard to do when you're focused on
One
so
more.
many others.
Squeeze that beautiful brain of yours.
Yeah.
One more.
You can do it.
Squeeze the brain sponge, Jane.
Be selfish. Really give yourself some time. I don't know. I think what I'm saying is what I maybe have may have heard it, but I'm feeling those.
And we are having
Yeah.
we are getting residual feels from your
Yeah.
feels. It's like
I'm
whoosh,
sure
the
someone
waves
told
against
me
the shore.
because I can't think of any advice, but I don't know. That's just what seems what I've come to have heard in my mind.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
We vibe.
Deep,
We love.
deep stuff with John
Yeah.
Handy.
Deep thoughts.
Or that what is it?
There it is. Yeah.
I've got all the feels now.
Yeah.
Great. Your 5 things. Just
Speak up.
1.
Speak up.
2.
Like, no, not
Oh no!
stop.
I thought you were. I thought repetition is not.
Speak up is my number 1. I would say learn finances. Be kind to others, which I do, but you know, kind, hurt people, so be kind to others.
Yep,
So
yep.
take care of yourself.
Mhm.
I don't know how many that is now.
That's 3. I
But
got
be
you.
courageous. Yes, you're gonna do things scared. You don't have to
Love
be brave.
that.
You can be courageous. And is
You're-
that 5?
no, you're good
Can
at
I just
5.
keep
If you-
going?
do you wanna
Can I
do-
just keep going?
give
I
us
wanted to say,
bonus
share your story.
Yay! Hashtag we are all creators. Hashtag IMTS 2022.
Holla.
Megan, please.
Go skydiving.
Yeah.
Try it out, even if you're afraid of heights. Don't sit at the back, sit at the front.
Ooh. Whoa.
Always ask questions. Laugh a lot.
Uh-huh.
And treat others how you want to be treated.
Yummy. Yum, yum, yum. Love
Or
that.
how they would like to be treated, as I heard in my interview earlier today.
I love that.
Just don't be a jerk, okay?
There's something about, before we get to, there's something about the don't sit in the back, sit in the front that really resonates, because it's like, "Duh, I'm too cool to be at the front of the classroom. Don't want to sit in the back because I don't want anyone to think that I care." So I love, thank you. I'd like to thank Mitch and his shoulder pads.
And she actually does that. She was like, hey, let's go to the front of the room at the reception. I'm
That's
like, yeah, let's do that.
Living on the edge. Yes, Fabian.
Plus I need glasses now, so I have to sit in front of
So
the
it's really just,
because I can't
just
see.
practical.
Yeah.
Well, that ties into the taking care of yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. I saw the eye doctor last week, so.
I have to do that
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah, five things.
5 things.
that you wish young Fabian
Mistakes
would have been
are
told.
awesome.
Yes.
Prioritize health and happiness.
Whoosh, whoosh.
Be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Preach.
That's-
I love that one.
Woo!
That's 3.
Yeah, you got 2 more. Squeeze your beautiful brain sponge.
Yeah. Just make connections and talk to people.
Yep.
Super important. And I agree with yours. Learn to say no, because I still haven't
Learn
learned
to say
that.
no.
But,
Yeah. And
yeah.
I love that. And to piggyback
Yeah.
onto more of the learn to say no, carefully curate what you associate yourself with. Ooh, right? Like, I had to say no to some opportunities because of this opportunity, and I made the choice that this is more in alignment with where I'm going in my career and the kind of work that I want to do. So I've actually been eloquently and kindly saying, I'm unavailable. You don't need to make excuses. You don't need to apologize. You can just say, thank you so much for thinking of me. I'm not available.
And you're delegating.
Period.
If you're not doing the work and it's still important, then you can delegate it to somebody else.
And
think
I know that's
really
a lot
important.
of your week too.
That's
you
my week.
you
I
made
have
choices.
great
We
people.
make choices according to where we're ascending and where we're growing with our creativity and innovation. Wow. Oh, this is, yes, I love this. Thank you so much for sharing your heads and your hearts. I know. Oh, wow. Oh, we're getting mushy gushy. It was with the
Get me outta here.
It
I'm
was
gonna
the
start
video
crying.
of your daughter. That was really what started me, because I know you've been so, and here's about the stories that are so exciting, as I know from in talking with you and just in your organic excitement, I know you came here ready to buy equipment. And so I know that that's something that you're super passionate about. So be able to make that decision. You're sitting next to Wayne Okuma's right there. Your daughter put the sold sign. The future of just so many feels. And
I'm
great
just so glad
stories
Scott's
happening
not
right
here
now.
right now because he doesn't do the fills.
No, it's fine. We're doing great. Also, I don't care what he thinks. I'm the host. I'm going to do what I want. I say that with love. We're great. So, okay, we're getting into the wrap up phase. So this is only day 2. Holy macaroni! I don't think I've ever said that. Just said it now.
I'm so glad we're
Hashtag
recording
creative.
all of this so we can go back and remember all the
Yes.
amazing impacts that we're making.
Yes.
Wow.
So, quick thoughts in a sentence or two. What is something that you're really jazzed about for tomorrow? Something that you're looking forward to? An interaction, an interview? Something you're excited about tomorrow? We can just keep going around the circle, or whoever's ready to talk can share.
One of my interviews tomorrow is with David Modig, and he is a real innovator. And the way he approaches design of machine tools, fastest metal removal rate in the world. They're out of Sweden. And now he has invented a machine where he actually flipped it on its head. He's where typically the cutting spindle is coming from the top, he's putting it on the bottom and flipping the workpiece on top. Totally flipping machining on its head.
Like literally,
And,
actually,
But
figuratively,
he's
literally.
super creative. And the other thing, he visited my office a while back, and he saw a trophy there, and he was like, "Oh my God!" He came over to give me a big hug. We both are winners of the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year award, and so we had that in common as well.
We're with the coolest people in the world in here, y'all.
Just in a sentence, a nice little soundbite. Tomorrow, what are you jazzed about?
So I've got 4 different interviews lined up. One with Fanuc Robotics. John Saunders is coming in. One of our key customers, Metal Quest, will be coming in. Haven't seen those guys. I got to do a tour of Japan with one of the owners of Metal Quest. Actually be the first time I think I'll sit down face to face with him since that time, and that's been several years ago now. So looking forward to that, and then I wrap it up with an interview with the CEO of Mastercam. So that's another exciting time. We do a lot with Mastercam. Actually, first time actually sitting down, chatting with her. So that'll be a great experience.
Very
as well.
exciting. So many great connections.
So I'm excited to have our partners in crime here, AMT, and Peter Eelman, who's right above us here. He's the Chief Experience Officer for IMTS. And we wouldn't be here doing this if it wasn't for Peter's vision and Michelle Edmondson. But Peter really saw an opportunity to bring together creators, people with real stories. And, you know, they've created IMTS Plus really as an opportunity to keep this conversation going beyond the biennial event. And so Peter is very passionate. And you know when you have someone who has a vision and they're very passionate, like it's just infectious. So I'm just excited that everybody here and then, you know, who are watching can see like this is really an authentic thing that this organization's really cares a lot about. And so that's what I'm excited about.
I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm just going to quick step out, do some business. I am excited about doing that and speaking for women. So I'll still be empowering women, even though not in the Creators Lounge.
Delegating, choosing. Look at you go.
I am really excited about what you're doing tomorrow. So I'll pass the mic.
So tomorrow's a big day for me. I have a couple interviews. I have an interview with Jake and Chris. We might have a special guest. I don't know if they worked it out with AMT or not, but Spot might be coming. And then I have kids coming from Beloit Memorial High School. There's going to be about 30. I'm going to meet them down in the Student Summit. And I believe we have 3 or 4 of them coming up here to do an interview.
I'm so excited. I want to be involved in that.
So I'm
That
really
sounds
excited
amazing.
about that. And then I'm also interviewing Nikki Gonzalez, who is from QuoteBeam. She and Allie Gillipin, she's known as Allie G. They started a podcast called Automation Ladies. So I'll be speaking with them if Allie shows up. Otherwise, it's just going to be Nikki. And then, you know, just walking the trade show floor and meeting people and having them stop me because they said they liked my TikTok channel, which was amazing today.
Amazing. Man, you're in the bad seat there next to
That's a good seat. You know, I get to think about it first.
Yeah, no, that's true. You have
Yeah.
some time to ponder. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Didn't work last time, but I know 2 things I'm excited about. First, put on your running shoes because tomorrow is the 5K, the Miles for Manufacturing run down at the harbor. Can definitely recommend it. Awesome vibes, awesome atmosphere. People sweating. Could
Taking
be
care of one of the 5 things, that's your self-care and taking care of fitness.
Exactly. And you're all refreshed and with an open mind, you go into IMTS. And the second thing I'm excited about is I get to give a presentation tomorrow in the W Hall about the impacts of additive manufacturing on sustainability, which is something I'm super passionate about. So,
Wow.
yeah, I hope to see a lot of people and have hopefully also some cool discussions afterwards.
Wow. Thank you so much. You are so inspiring. I was laying in bed last night, just like blinking and just going over just a litany of gratitude for all the connections and amazing moments and some of the things that I'm most grateful for, all of you, but the amazing production crew that's making this happen.
Yes.
As an actor and a performer, this is so incredibly exciting. This is a full this is the biggest production that I've been a part of in the last couple of years. Absolutely outstanding, innovating, and amazing. And we've got Justin running the camera, just absolutely fantastic. He's been my sidekick the whole time. Absolutely amazing the camera operator. We have Bennett Wynn, who's been with us and making sure we have everything set up. We have Jim, our director extraordinaire. He's been in my ear the whole time, and he's probably going to say something to me right now. Jessica, our incredible production manager. She's just bossing it up so hard. Jason, video editor. Noah, our tech director. Austin with the audio. And everyone's wearing a bunch of hats and doing every little thing. So when I was like, what's your title? What are you doing? And they're like, everything. So just such a fantastic crew. And aside from the production crew, just everyone from Industrial Strength Marketing that's literally on the floor, hitting the deck right out there. We're making interviews happen. We're saying yes. We're going out there, and I've barely had any breaks today, but also I feel both exhausted and invigorated at the same time.
Well, that's amazing. I just want, I hope you feel our mission, which is, to better those who design, make, and move the world. And that's what we're trying to do, is make each other better. So I hope we all find ourselves in these next few days, as we pace ourselves and we get through it, that, we're all better for having known and done this together.
Absolutely.
And that's really the heart of what, we're hoping to do here together.
And we're also...
It's great to be here with everybody.
We're also going to be better for our takeover at Giordano's tonight, pizza party, ready for some more bonding and cheese and beverages. And thank you so much. We will have a great night. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, more stories. IMTS 2022.
Thank you. You rock.